Of pixels and streams. There's a jolly figure, or so it seems, with a belly round and a heart so grand. He's the YouTube grifter, the joy of the land. Oh, he's as fast as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got a knack for stories, both wild and true. With a twinkle in his eye, he'll entertain you. From baking fails to epic wins, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Let the fun begin. Oh, he's as fat as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got around your screens, and don't be shy. He's got a tale to tell and a pie in the sky. With every click and every view, he's spreading holiday spirit just for you. Oh, he's as fat as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. So here's to the grifter, our digital friend. May his joy and laughter never end. With a ho, 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 and a hearty cheer. Merry Christmas to all, and a Happy New Year.
Good morning, good evening, Why is the camera this? What the heck? What's going on with the camera? Oh, I don't look that dead yet. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And welcome to another Karen Reed hearing where the purpose seemed to be more just running up her attorney bill. And thank you, Brandon. I say we start early so I can be brought up to speed without bothering everyone, just you. Well, 4 minutes and 30 seconds early. That's something, but thank you so much. Oh, I'm normally a little bit late. I second Brandon's motion. Happy morning, friends. Well, Sandy D, we did start early, and then I had camera problems, so it ended up being probably the normal time. But thank you so much. I don't know why my camera. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah. I touched something. I touch myself, and I want you to love me. Mom. Up to speed. Well, Brandon, it's another day of hearings in the Karen Reed case, where we hopefully this time will figure out something, because Bev ruled very quickly for the first time ever to demand a hearing with a voir dire of Dr. Russell, the dog bite expert, which is absolutely nonsense because that lady has more knowledge and experience than most people in multiple fields, but still, yeah, they choose not to do it. And I can't, I don't understand why, but sadly, that's how Auntie Bev rules. That works better. Hey, Jamie.
Morning. Hi,
Christine,
everybody.
it's set for 9 o'clock, but original was set for 10 o'clock. So I don't know. I don't get my cameras looking this weird. Hey, Jamie.
Hi, Baker.
It
How
wasn't
are you
you,
doing
Jamie.
today?
Oh, I want all the glory.
Oh, Jamie. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's Jamie's always out here starting beef with everyone.
I don't do any sort of a thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't have those guests on. You can
Stop
only
it.
have me.
No, I've never said that. Nice try.
Yeah. No, the hearing today, I think it's a motions hearing again today. That's I'm not even sure what the motions are of today. It's just listed as a motions hearing.
It'll probably last 20 minutes and then she'll make everybody fly in for 20 minutes and then that's how it always seems to go with us.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're gonna have the voir dire today because she also moved the court date because so far right now on the docket is a final pre-trial conference on January 14th, which we know won't be the final because she granted the extension, so it will be sometime later.
Yeah.
So we don't know. I don't care what time we start, but I know no one wants Brandon bothering us again. Brandon is a good egg. It's, locomotion. Everybody doing the dance now. Come on, baby, do the locomotion. Isn't Morrissey's phone stuff up today? No, because that has already been argued, and she had taken it under advisement and haven't filed anything on it. So it can't be the Morrissey stuff because she still needs to make a ruling on that. They have both filed, both have argued it in court, I believe. Hey, Rolling Stone. Hello, Hyacinth. So, and I don't know if it'll be very fast if it's the voir dire hearing or the Robertson or whatever they call it in Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
Mark frees today from calling into JFK show and pretending to be from Southie. Yeah, for those of you who don't understand that joke, the JFK show, who also covers a lot of the Karen Reed, was having a call-in last night, and someone called in. They called themselves Mark or something, and asking, "Yo, I like what you fellas doing, but have you considered that maybe what you're gonna do when if this chick's been found guilty? You know, with all these people that you done gone around say did it because maybe she's guilty." And they said, "Hey, you sound like Brian Higgins. Is this Brian Higgins?" "Nah, fellas, nah." And then he hung up. It sounded like. No, she hasn't denied the Morris motion.
I heard some of that stuff on Tom's show this morning. They were like, you can't. They were debating it.
Zach, I know you're not as world traveled as I am. That was a Southie accent out of South Boston. I made Mark Wahlberg cry because it sounded like he was home.
I feel like I just let you go and do your thing, even though it always ends up the same.
Holly Mac, I enjoyed Publicly Bust last night. I never met the guy before, never talked to him. I know him from Mo, started talking about him. That's why I think this creator thing tonight. I'll have Brandy Churchwell on. She is, she will be like having a warm blanket because you know each other. You know, she's good. You know, she's entertaining. But some of the other people's, I've only watched Alice Norke Cloud. I've only watched uh, Thank you, Marissa. She just sent me a link to CBS Boston. That should be carrying it. But no, you.
Yeah, he seemed like
It's
a really
nice.
cool guy.
Yeah, and you should have been on because you like wrestling.
You two could probably have talked for hours about that.
We actually started doing that for half an hour after the show, so I got to bed late. I got up at 11:15 this morning. That's my day ruined. You made me cry. Thank you, Mark. It was like hearing your ma speak back in the car when she drives you to the Sickie to get a pack of mentals.
Oh my
Amy, I
gosh.
could be from Boston without
You guys,
anyone knowing it.
no one would ever know. They would feel like he is a native of Boston.
Having watched trigonometry, I have learned that you just need to learn an accent or two really well, and they'll claim they speak like that in whatever country you are imitating. Well, I of course, fluently speak every accent I try, but for people who are less qualified, yes, that could be the trick.
Mm.
No, I never did the Marky Mark. I did wear baggy pants when I was in my street gang, but I had a belt on. Probably was fun, yes. Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to do this because, yes, of course, I might get some of their viewers over here, but I'm going to show you all a lot of different people. I just got confirmed for the 23rd. It's going to be a little late before Christmas, but I'll have Vicky on from South Africa. It's going to be cool. Hey, Anya. Yes, a lot of people were very friendly with gifted memberships yesterday. Thank you all so much.
I saw that. Everybody's so sweet. Merry Christmas.
That's racisms.
No, no, it's not.
Hey, Tammy. Microdots made a comparison video of work spoken by Coutron Hickey with fake caller Higgins. It was entertaining. Yeah, that's worse than Jack Nicholson. That man, he's at that age now where he just shows up and is Jack Nicholson in a movie. But it's the same with The Rock. Why is my internet crapping out? We had an update to our internet the other day, and since then, it fluctuates so much in speed.
Yeah, you were getting robot-y for a second there.
Yeah. Lolita smiles. My Lego package came. Thank you for the kind note. Well, don't say that too loud because I wrote the notes and forgot to put them in half of the packages.
Aww.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. So.
Oh, you forgot some of the notes.
Yeah.
Do you remember which ones you forgot?
Yeah, I wrote everything. Thank you for supporting the channel and stuff like that. And then I forgot to put it in half the packages. Because I had to sit and do the post-its, and I had to do the customs declarations. So I had a system set up. So, okay, this nutcracker is going to, I think it was Colorado Mountain one of those who got nutcrackers. I'm going to fill it out, and then I'm going to take one of these notes and put it in. And half the time I just taped it up and put it over there so I knew it was out the system. I wasn't that smart. Jamie, happy all caps Thursday, but since you don't laugh at my jokes anymore, can you please do a laugh video like the crazy lady? I need more Jamie laughs.
You can play the crazy lady and I can laugh with her. Well, actually, Baker has a card recorded of my laugh. There you go.
I actually think I deleted it because sometimes people don't like when we use what they did in the olden times.
What?
Not that you are one of those people, but yeah. Jack has been dead from the neck up for years. Yeah. Are you ready for Lucia? Do you have the crown of candles ready for tomorrow, Penella? Oh, she's going to be the Lucia bride tomorrow.
What's that?
You don't have celebrate Lucia Day?
No.
It's uh, I believe an early Roman Christian who they tortured her to give up her faith, and she said no. And so every year you have these in schools and stuff, or school kids will go to retirement homes and stuff like that, and they will oh, now it's dropping again. They will walk through the halls with a wreath with candles in it and singing Santa Lucia, stolt på din trone, blandt hus og hjem, sangen skal tone. Nu på Lucia-dag, hilse vort vennelag, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. And one of them will be the Lucia bride, because she's the one who goes first. Normally, she's a little taller than the rest of them.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever celebrated that.
Oh,
So that's cool.
it's
Seems very specific.
if you want to go check if it could be Higgins in the call to JFK last night, it's on the Discord. Hey, Bridget. Sounds dangerous. Well, you know these the femalification of the society. So these days they're not allowed to have lit candles anymore. Now they use LED candles. If you haven't done a Santa Lucia parade and had candle wax in your hair, have you ever done it the real way?
Well, that sounds fun.
It is a Catholic. It's a Catholic saint. We're not Catholics, but we still celebrate it all over Scandinavia. Yeah, and every Scandinavian person knows, and it's probably the same song, just with of course, Danish is what I use, and Fedorowski and Pernilla use their subpar Scandinavian languages. Oh yeah, and I think in Norway and Sweden they have special buns for that. They like hot cross buns. So that's it's a nice day. Jamie's new show, The History of Santa Lucia, will air Thursdays at noon Central.
Don't you start to, Zach. I have a lot of shows I got to do.
The funny part is when people are asking, when is that show Jamie is doing coming on?
Yeah, exactly.
I say, well, I've been pestering her for it for the last 6 months, but seems like she's a little late with most of her things.
Yeah.
Why hasn't it started yet? It was supposed to go at 9. Are we late again?
Maybe they're still letting people in and they just haven't started the cameras yet.
Jamie would have way more than 2 viewers. Why is my internet so bad today? A good thing, this will probably be Boston 25 is live. I saw it. Okay, I'm on CBS News Boston. Boston 25.
Boston 25.
It is live.
Woohoo.
Oh, it is the hearing with
There she is.
Dr. Russell.
Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna put a big dent in them.
Well, yeah, hopefully, because she's had lots of time to like go over everything and get all situated. So, yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous they made her fly out. Like, they could have done it over Zoom.
But like I put on X, it seems like they're just trying to empty her bank account. It's so bad. They constantly do this.
Yeah.
I have 28 witnesses.
Just updated my description, so it's clear that it's about Dr. Russell today.
No. Did you hear what I said to you?
Is that Sir Elton John in
Did
the
you hear what I
audience?
said?
No, that's
I said,
Dr.
"Okay, you
Russell.
can talk to me later."
And I'm gonna mute this because that's just a hot mic where we can hear the camera person talking. No, Dr. Russell, for those of you who might not have watched the first trial or have forgotten about it, is the dog bite expert who, a couple of weeks into the trial, was reading a newspaper, seeing something about the case, saying, "That's weird. Uh, that doesn't look like any dog bites I know." And then she contacted the defense and testified, and now they're claiming she's not an expert, which is absolutely redonkulous.
Yeah. Oops.
Can't imagine the stress carrying this under. No, it's, well, anyone who watched the first trial probably are sitting here thinking, why did it ever go to the second trial? But that's how juries work. And why is my connection so bad? Everything looks peachy in the back end. So it's not even it's StreamYard again.
Yeah, they definitely could have
I'm
done
having
this.
hot cocoa today, Jamie. That's nice.
Oh, I love hot cocoa. I like it with a little peppermint and whipped cream.
Yeah, better. No, Jamie, I'm having hot cocoa. I'm not having 1,000 calories liquefied.
That's not. No, peppermint doesn't add that much, and whipped cream doesn't either. Stop it.
Whipped cream is 38% fat. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's good for you.
Well,
Not all the
if you're
sugar.
gonna
though.
live in a snowstorm, yes. Beddoes stated it's highly unusual and goes against how trials are done. I can't remember that a woman with this CV will be called again after having testified in the first case, being accepted as an expert. Hank the Tank, Mr. 75K, to me seems like he's worse than Lally. He seems he's absolutely don't give a F about the case, and he's just there to spend all of Karen Reed's war chest. I don't know if you call it that, but that's what you call it when you build up money to fight. That's the simple gist I've had of him, because he doesn't know what happened in the first trial. It's clear that he has no idea whatever testimony was given, and how is he gonna attack a lady who have written 2 papers? Well, it was on dog bite attacks from police dogs that bite differently. You can still tell, because dogs will do the same when they attack. Your little Chihuahua or a big Doberman will do the same thing. They'll run in, they'll grab on, and they will start shaking. It's not like they train police dog. Well, they train them to pull people down. That's the big difference. That's what they're trained for. And his expert is a dog behavioral expert. So is he going to come in and say it's perfectly normal that Chloe didn't react to all the noise outside? We have seen the pictures from the neighbor of all the emergency vehicles outside that didn't wake up. The family laying 50 feet away from all the noise, but woke up the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about a German Shepherd, one of the elite choices for guard dogs, because they are very, very good at being guard dogs. It's BS.
It really is. So should be really interesting.
I really don't like his beard.
Why?
It doesn't look good on him.
I think it does.
Yeah, Jamie, but who of us?
What?
Nothing. Finally figured out why the prosecution table is scooted up so close so they can whisper to Auntie Deb which way to rule. Could be. Hey, Ralphie.
Hi, Ralphie.
It's unbelievable to me when you hear him talk. He sounds exactly like his father. It's unbelievable.
Oh, he's talking to a court reporter.
I'm
Sounds
sure,
like her father.
Sure, yeah. I've only met Matt a few times, but I instantly took a liking to him. And Jay was.
The Commonwealth can't handle the truth, and that is why we're here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Marissa, please do. Yeah, it's anyone who has a German Shepherd knows that story doesn't make sense. See, Jamie, it's a bit scraggy.
What?
His beard.
Well, it's you and Zach saying these things, so I feel like my opinion outweighs that.
Oh, I didn't know that. Malinois, that's the big Roman attack dog, right? They are big as tanks. Hey, Medina. Are you late? Hopefully not. No, they haven't started. It's late as always. Bev had a little white qualification again. It lasted 4 days, so she's a little late out of bed today. Hey, Helen from Holland.
Yeah.
My color is better than Melanie. I'm pale. I think it ages him. Yeah, I just don't like it. But who am I to judge? I'm not the one going all moist o'clock over it. Yeah, again, that German Shepherd wouldn't react to the train passing by. It'll just pop its ear because, oh, that's the normal noise that goes by. But 7 SWAT cars out in front, people yelling, phones going off, people running around. That dog would have been tearing to the front door. But just ask Jamie how her dogs reacted yesterday when her dad arrived at the house.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, and they are not specially trained. They're just dogs.
Nope. They're just little pit bulls. Well, and my dog groomer that I take them to get their nails cut at, he stopped taking German Shepherds because they were the dogs that would bite the most.
Yeah.
So he had to stop accepting them as clients. So pretty surprising fact.
But another surprising fact, Golden Retrievers are the ones behind the most attacks on children. People don't know that because Golden Retrievers is a family dog and it's in every house. But they actually attack more people than Pit Bulls. Pit Bulls might go a little further.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most one looked at. I mean, I bet if you look at.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Carne Corso. Yeah, that's the attack dog they had in the Roman legions. They are massive. And I couldn't have a dog like that because you have to walk them to death every day because they have so much energy. They shouldn't be in a small house like mine. They should be out where they can roam and get into some scraps with the local wildlife. Can we rationally make an argument for Karen's guilt? I think I've done it a few times that that she might accidentally have bumped him. Maybe, but I don't believe, even though she had that BAC tested, I don't think she was as drunk as they claim because I don't see it in the videos and no one saw her in real life. But she could have, when she took off, maybe he got snuck somewhere, got spun around and hit his head. But to me, it's more easily with the injuries to his body. It's I know Toy like Carissa will understand this, but and Jamie, because Jamie used to be a Russian powerlifter.
I probably could.
If you have one of these in your gym, it's a very basic training. It's a very basic drawing
Yes.
of a weight bench. You
Mhm.
have the I don't know what you call that, but the one to hold the bar. If you look at that little thing there where you rest the bar, to
Yep.
me that would be the best explanation to the wound, because it's not sharp. It will scrape your skin, and this was more like a impact scrape than just a if he had been whacked with something that left that mark. That's what I see when I have to try and sit and think of all the evidence I've seen, all the things we've heard. Every time we talk about it, I think it looks just like something those logs would do when you've done bench pressing. But again, I no, I don't think I in any way could get anywhere near a guilty based on the circumstances we've seen so far.
Based on of what they're saying happened, you
Yeah,
can't. There's no way.
yeah. Dr. Russell is hanging with Mr. Reed. He's talking her ear off. And again, like I said the other day, now you have Dr. Russell with 6 months to prepare for it. Do you think she's going to be better or worse this time around?
Mm,
She also know well.
I,
Hank the Tank can be asking because he's being paid 75K, so he should be asking good questions.
yeah, he should be probably pretty hard on her, but I think she'll do a lot better because she's had a lot of time. And she knew it was coming, it kind of wasn't the whole on the fly thing like before.
Yeah. Bernedoodle is the dumbest yet nicest dog you can own.
What is it?
A Bernedoodle.
Oh,
I
a
don't know
burner
what.
doodle. Is that
I don't know.
burn the?
I don't know what that mix is.
There's all these doodles nowadays. Doodle dogs.
Yeah.
Did he just call them to order?
Unmute.
Dang it! Now YouTube is deleting my innocent comments. YouTube is
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press star.
And don't even start
You are
Nightbot. I'm
unmuted.
taking Nightbot off the all caps, so that's not fun anymore, Zach.
A poodle mixed with Bernie Sanders. Thank you, Fed. That's good.
The guy in the dark suit and dark beard has great questions.
Yikes.
What's happening?
It's the feedback.
Yeah, but why don't they just turn off? I love that's such a Massachusetts thing. Jesus. Oh, it's a feedback loop.
Ow.
Yeah, we're hoping your
Jesus.
dog has it a little bit better today. Yeah,
Oh,
that's I can't. She was supposed to be rotated out, but they keep her on for the trial.
This is 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Along with me is Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
I'm sorry, I'm going to switch to asking us if we can put that on. Oh, I should change to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Along with me is Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so
Oh, look
Thank
at
you.
him.
Being
You
the
guy.
dog super sticker with a little dog saying, "Hey, yeah."
for today, we have our
Maybe.
dog hearing. I asked through Mr. Clerk, the parties to have a proposed scheduling order for me. Were you able to do that?
We've begun the discussions of it. I think we could have it shortly, Your Honor. I have some proposals by the defense. I just want a few moments to reflect on it.
Okay. All right. So during a recess or something, I'd like you to at least give me something so that we can discuss it today. There are some discovery motions and then just some housekeeping matters. So I would like to get started right away. Is Dr. Russell here?
Yes, she is, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, good morning, doctor. Would you come on up to the witness stand, please?
I really hope she does testimony one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do. Good morning, Dr. Russell. Okay, the defense is calling Dr. Russell as a witness. Jim, can I have the exhibits? Will counsel need the exhibits for examination of this witness, or can I have them with me and look at them?
Your Honor, whatever your preference is, we will abide by that. We may want to publish some at
Sure,
appropriate time.
that's no problem, but I can keep the notebook. That's not a problem.
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay.
intended for your use, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, go right ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, if I may, a couple of matters before Dr. Russell testified, with Your Honor's permission.
Okay,
One will take 15 seconds and the other will take maybe 3 minutes.
okay, is it something that Dr. Russell can remain in the courtroom for?
It is.
Okay,
And
Sure.
if at any point I'm incorrect in that assumption, I'm sure.
This is the new guy who was allowed on the team at the last hearing.
Yeah.
I think he's out of New York.
You will tell me.
okay,
First of all, the first order is I want to thank the court for granting my permission to practice before the court.
okay,
And
Okay.
I'll strive to comport myself to honor the opportunity I've been given.
thank you.
Secondly, with regard to the decision that Your Honor rendered with regard to our opposition to the motion, the reason I just wanted to raise that briefly is I wanted to make sure that I properly discharge my role in terms of a record. It won't be a long soliloquy, but I just wanted to point out to Your Honor the basis for why I am having this colloquy with the court.
Okay, is it in addition to what you have in your writings?
It is.
Or is it, okay, so that I'll let you talk about, but,
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the substance of the writings.
Okay.
I understand Your Honor has decided in that regard.
okay,
So, and thank you, Your Honor. The first point is rooted in the Commonwealth versus Downs case, which is 31 Mass App Court 467, 1991. And the short of it for that case, which is toward the end of the case, which it was a matter very similar procedurally to this, where there was a request for reconsideration. The court took on that question of reconsideration. And what happened was the appellate court stated that it would be important and I'm trying to discharge my duty as an officer of the court, but also for an advocate to put on the record, right, the decision with the basis for the decision with regard to it.
Sure, I know, I have no problem with you doing this. You don't need to apologize for making a record. I have no
Okay.
problem.
Thank you. So I'll get right to it. So my request is, in accordance with Downs, that there be placed on the record some explanation for the decision. I would appreciate that. And then secondly, the second and last part of it is our expectation coming into the hearing is based on Commonwealth versus Addy, which is 79 Mass Appellate Court 835, 2011. And the short of that case, Your Honor, is it was a Daubert-Lanigan motion, very, very much similar to the procedural posture of this motion, where the court set a Daubert-Lanigan hearing. The party who was in support of the expert testimony then was given the opportunity to oppose the motion, and this is what the court said. The court stated that in response to the motion, the Commonwealth, and it was opposite because the Commonwealth was supporting the testimony. It says, in response to the motion, the Commonwealth submitted Trooper Sanford's collision reconstruction report. Then I'm going to skip down to the nub of it. At the motion hearing, after reading Trooper Sanford's report and listening to the arguments of counsel, the judge decided not to hold an evidentiary hearing and ruled that Trooper Sanford's opinion was admissible at trial because there was a factual basis for his opinion and it was therefore reliable. The reason I bring that up, Your Honor, is just to state what my expectation was and why I...
Yeah, he's like Grant, but with an IQ that's a bit above room temperature. And I like it that he's just throwing in her face now, all the case law suggests you were wrong, so just put it on the record why you choose to ignore case law. I like that one.
Went in the matter that I did, and of course, Mr. McDermott was gracious enough to send an email that said, hey, if you want to change what the court expects the hearing to be, you need an affidavit and you need a motion, and that's what I did. So in conclusion, Your Honor, it is the position of the defense that the papers that we submitted, and I won't get into the argument, would obviate the need for an evidentiary hearing, much in the way that the Addy case obviated, where the party was given an opportunity to make the arguments in terms of the motion. So my main point in raising these two in conclusion is I would appreciate if Your Honor could state a basis for the denial of the, what I will call the Addy process. And we will, of course, respect Your Honor's decision and proceed in the manner Your Honor directs.
Okay. What do you say? Who's going to argue this for the Commonwealth?
Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I believe you have the discretion to make the decision that a Lanigan hearing is appropriate. I didn't have the benefit, but Your Honor certainly had the benefit of a voir dire prior to trial. Your Honor had the benefit of watching the trial testimony. Your Honor had the benefit of appreciating that it wasn't Rule 14 that was complied with prior to that hearing. In fact, a report was provided nearly 2 days ago on December 10th. And that report, if the court has an opportunity to see it, is in conflict in many ways from the testimony of the voir dire, and it's in conflict with testimony at trial. One thing that is constant from the voir dire through the report that we received 2 days ago is that there is an absence of methodology. There is no basis in methodology to support the opinions that have been provided by this witness.
That's so rich coming from the Commonwealth. There's a lack of basis of methodology. All the witnesses from the Commonwealth couldn't explain how, why, when anything happened. No one was able to backtrack any of their comments, any of their conclusions. But this guy will now say Dr. Russell didn't use some kind of textbook way to do it. They don't have any custody books, any sign sheets for any evidence. They even claim that what one officer said is wrong when he said we took a crime scene log and wrote everything in. No, there's no such thing exists. And you're coming, Mr. 75K, I hate you.
That fundamentally support the decision that the defense should meet their burden to be compelled to provide a witness so that they can see if they can satisfy the Lanigan.
Sorry. It went a little
Your
fast.
Honor, he delved into the substance. I don't plan on belaboring it, but if I could just be heard.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I did spelled it right in the text.
The methodology, and if we're going to go to the testimony, you will, of course, everyone will hear it firsthand, was established the first time. It's pattern recognition. It's well established in the law. And that was what Dr. Russell testified first trial. That's in her report. And as we're to proceed, that's what will happen. That's first. Your Honor, it was a rule, the trigger for the last time was a Rule 14. But Your Honor, in the June 20th transcript, on pages 59 and 62, said, on 59, Your Honor said, you, the Commonwealth, raised Daubert-type concerns. And on page 62, Your Honor said, I have to exercise my role as gatekeeper. So it was clear that it was Daubert. The methodology was established. So I just wanted to respond in that manner for clarity of the record.
Okay. Additionally, after I made the finding that I made, I heard trial testimony. So based on everything, in my discretion, we're having a hearing.
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor.
There are your findings.
Thank you.
Okay.
There are
Appreciate
your
it.
findings. Oh, she's
All
cunning.
right. So you all set to go?
I am all set to go,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
And you'll keep your voice up. That would be helpful to all. Please state your name, your full name, and spell your last name.
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Now, at a high level, what is your professional background?
I'm an emergency physician.
And is your professional, do you have anything else in terms of your professional background in addition to being an emergency room physician?
Yes, I'm also a trained forensic pathologist.
Your Honor, may I interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry.
Sure.
That was Janetti. Why is he interrupting his own guy?
You just said something to him.
Thank you for that, Your
Sure,
Honor.
go right ahead.
That was weird.
How long have you been an emergency room physician?
I've been an emergency department physician since 1987, so that is over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been a forensic pathologist for about 31 years.
So you've been an emergency room physician and a fellowship trained forensic pathologist, both of those for 30 plus years.
Correct.
Do you have a medical license?
Yes.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988 in California.
And what licenses do you currently hold?
I hold medical licenses in California, New York, Idaho, Massachusetts.
And in California, what are you technically licensed? What is the documentation of the license you had? Your license as a what?
Physician and surgeon in California.
A physician and surgeon, did you say?
Correct.
This lady is still so impressive. It's
Oh, I know.
and all of this because she didn't
Your
say
Honors,
the
I'm sure you
medical
know, but I want to make sure I get your protocol correctly. We've pre-marked, Mr. Brennan and I have agreed to the exhibits. We've agreed to both the pre-marking and to the admissibility of each exhibit. And I can never either tell you how I understand I'm to go or Your Honor can state it.
So these are in evidence.
Yes.
So use them as if they're in evidence.
Thank you. Appreciate that. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I have handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do,
How do you recognize it?
because I wrote it.
And what is Exhibit 1?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And is that your updated curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
It's the most recent one.
Yes.
I now want to get into your educational background with a little bit of sprinkling of experience going into it. Where did you go to college?
I went to college at MIT and Northeastern University.
Approximately when did you attend Massachusetts Institution of Technology?
From 1972 to 1974.
And what did you study at MIT?
I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No,
Why not?
because my mother got sick. She developed cancer, and I went back to New York.
And after that experience, did you go back to college?
Yes,
Where did you go?
Northeastern University.
And what years did you attend Northeastern University?
Part-time from 1974 to 1981.
And did you obtain a degree from Northeastern University?
Yes,
And what degree was that?
that was a Bachelor of Science degree with highest honors.
Of course.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes,
Where?
at the University of Massachusetts in Worcester,
When?
1987.
Now let's go into residencies, internships, and fellowships. Did you complete any residencies?
Yes,
What residencies did you complete?
I completed a residency in emergency medicine, followed by a residency in anatomic pathology.
Yes, this was all established during the trial, and as Beth said, I heard the testimony. We're having a hearing. Bev is just doing this to empty Karen's pockets. There's no reason this lady, alone with what you have heard now, is more than capable to do almost any of the state witnesses, expert witnesses' job. This lady is more qualified than, I know it's hard to hear, but Trooper Paul might even be less qualified than this lady. This lady could probably sit and have a conversation with the ARCA guys without Trooper Paul being around to make a seance to talk with the crime scene. This is a other sham that this lady with her CV, she has 2 written reports on dog bite in police with police attack dogs, and they are saying, well, you can't use that for a civilian dog. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, because you can also do tool marking on a 22 and a 50 cal. It's the same field. It's wasted money for Karen Reed, and you can't do anything to only Bev, but that woman should be kicked off the stand.
What is anatomic pathology?
Yes, Holston, agree.
Anatomic pathology is the study. It's a division of pathology. It's a subset of pathology, and it's a division that deals with diseases that can be diagnosed by looking at tissues and bodily fluids.
And what is emergency medicine? Although
No,
most all of us have that
that's a
experience, could you just
misstatement.
briefly describe?
It's not, that was also that it was a trained police dog, but it was a female dog, and they don't normally use female dogs. So I don't know, but it's a German Shepherd. German Shepherds are bred to be attack dogs, so, or guard dogs. So, and nature versus nurture. Yes, nature takes a lot of things, put a lot of things into special dog breeds because they are genetically modified to be that way.
What emergency medicine is?
Well, emergency medicine is a field of medicine that deals with acute injuries and injuries of people.
In terms of the residencies, briefly describe what was involved. What did you do in those?
I heard the same, but it's a female dog, and I heard you don't train female dogs. I don't know. I just know Chloe is in Vermont frolicking with the other women.
Residencies. And now let's start out with emergency medicine.
Emergency medicine was a very intense residency. It was a combined internship and residency that lasted for 4 years, and I was at one of the busiest trauma centers in the United States. We would routinely see patients in the emergency room, and some months we rotated outside the emergency room to various subspecialty clinics and areas like the ICU, for instance. In the emergency medicine department, we worked all different shifts. We saw numerous patients because it was a very busy facility, and we saw anything that ranged from gunshot wounds,
Holly Mac, we don't say that on this channel. Jamie will start to cry.
stab wounds, beatings, down to runny noses.
And where was specifically those residencies? What facility? What is the name of it?
It was at the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center, which people formerly knew as the General Hospital, the 19-story General Hospital from Los Angeles.
And did that have a certain level designation with regard to the type of trauma that would come to those facilities?
Yes, it's a level 1 trauma center, which is the highest level that can be achieved.
And in terms of the residencies, in terms of anatomic pathology, what did you, where was that residency? Which facility?
That was at the same facility.
And how many years was the residency of anatomic pathology?
That was 2 years.
And how many years for emergency medicine?
Combined with the internship, it was 4 years.
Did you complete any fellowships?
Yes.
What fellowships?
I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology.
What is a fellowship compared to, say, an internship and a residency?
Generally, it's a higher level. A fellowship is completed or done, undertaken after someone completes a residency.
What did you do in your fellowship?
Oh, in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Oh, did autopsies. So it was a very organized training program, which included 1 to 2 autopsies a day, mostly 2, and as well as lectures, seminars, interesting case conferences, many things. During that time, I was sent to the FBI for a specific case series. So it was very intense. And in terms of the autopsies, I autopsied cases that were gunshot wounds,
Yes.
stab wounds, many homicides, many homicides, accident victims, car accidents, people hit by cars, people stabbed, child abuse, a wide range. And the goal was to give the fellows the widest range of experiences.
And can you estimate how many autopsies you performed during your fellowship?
Oh, I know for a fact that I performed over 500.
And that was over a 2-year period?
Correct.
So you're performing then an autopsy almost every other day, is that
Oh, no,
correct?
1 to 2 autopsies a day.
1 to 2 a day.
Yes.
And what at its core are you doing in terms of an autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
You know, the autopsy is just part of what the forensic pathologist does, which is death investigation. So a forensic pathologist looks at a person's, well, just the body is one part of it. The external exam, sometimes, some cases, not all cases get an autopsy actually that go to the medical examiner's office. But there's a death investigation which involves a detailed external examination plus an examination of the circumstances of how the decedent was found, interviews with police officers and others when appropriate, interviews with their doctors, and examination photos if available.
Earlier in your testimony, you said you have over 30 years of experience as a forensic pathologist. When was the last time you engaged in the practice of medicine pertaining to forensic pathology?
This year.
And have you had a continuous or non-continuous practice in forensic pathology?
Continuous.
And we're going to get to that later on as appropriate. Not as appropriate. We're going to get to it later on. Do you have any affiliations with professional organizations?
Yes.
Can you name them?
Yes, I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
What do you need to do to become a fellow of the American Academy of?
Who been able to bow out? I don't understand.
Forensic Sciences.
Well, you have to be a member for a certain number of years, a minimum number of years, and attend a certain number of their annual meetings. And it helps if you've given presentations at the annual meetings.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
I'm also a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you a member or a fellow?
I'm actually a fellow.
What do you need to do to be a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's very similar. Be a
Similar
member
to-
for a certain number of years, and they usually ask that you've given at least one presentation.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
Yeah. Okay, so I've been a former member of the American Academy of Emergency Physicians, a former fellow, actually. I'm a member of the California Homicide Investigators Association and the California Sexual Assault Investigators Association.
Now let's move to trainings. Do you have any specialized trainings?
Lots of specialized training.
Please name them.
Okay. Well, I have specialized training in both emergency medicine.
Because it cost Karen Reed, what, $10,000 to fly her out? It's another bump in the war test, making it harder and harder for her to ever financially come back from this. When the trial is over and she tries to sue, they will say, well, we thought it was you, and sadly, we have immunity because we're police officers and officers of the court. So too bad, but good luck with your $5 million debt or how much you'll end up with.
Related fields and forensic pathology related fields. Would you like me to name both?
Well, maybe eventually, but I'm going to try to shorten this a little bit. Give me an example of the type of investigations, apropos to why we're here today, that you would have had specialized trainings for.
Well, I attended a 2-week program in crime scene investigation. I've attended and completed programs in forensic photography, bomb investigation, hit and run accident investigation as well.
Dr. Russell, if you need to access your report, do it, but I would prefer that unless you need to, we just have a question and answer. You don't
So I can't see whether Dr. Russell's reading from
I
can't see. Do you have your CV in front of you?
I do.
All right, so what's typical, counsel, is it will remain closed. If she needs to refer to it, you just ask, and of course I'll let her
That's what
refer.
I understood, yes.
So is that, you have it open in front of you?
It's right here.
Okay, so counsel, why don't you?
I will.
Why don't you leave it there turned over?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
can't see from up here whether she was reading or not.
I had that sense, that's why I mentioned it.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Do
Cameraman.
you have any specialized training beyond your experience as emergency room physician or forensic pathology in motor vehicle accident investigation?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes, I took a several-day course here in Massachusetts on hit and run accident investigation.
Isn't this lady just perfect? Of course, she took the hit and run course in Massachusetts, and I bet you she did it after the last trial just to say to. Oh, she didn't say to a medical certainty of degree. So.
And we're going to get into this a little bit more, but did you also have experience with motor vehicle accident diagnosis and treatment of humans in the emergency room?
Oh, yes, yes.
We'll get into more of that detail. As a forensic pathologist for 30 plus years, did you see decedents and living patients who had been the subject of motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And in terms of forensic pathology, are patients...
The Commonwealth doesn't want her to testify. Of course, Judge Bev is just an impartial arbiter of the rules. He has no bias. But this lady is, again, she had 6 months to overqualify herself again to be an even better witness. I think they kind of shit the bed by doing this, but it's going to be interesting. There's no way that Bev can exclude her just with her CV alone, but she'll try.
Patients always deceased, or does the field of forensic pathology also address living persons?
Yes, the field of forensic pathology as a broad field, yes, can deal with living people. Some offices, some government offices will choose
I get money
to
from the ADA to have him around.
Their involvement to deceased people only. But it's a broad field. It does involve living people too.
Now let's move to expert witness experience in courtrooms. You understand what I mean by the terminology expert witness?
Yes.
What jurisdictions have you testified in as an expert witness?
Well, California, Florida, Illinois, Arizona, and the state of Washington.
What topics in that expert testimony did you testify to?
Both emergency medicine and forensic pathology.
So you testified as an expert witness in those cases in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology?
Correct.
And you were qualified as an expert in each one of those categories, correct?
Yes.
Was your opinion ever excluded, your expert witness opinion ever excluded in any of those court cases?
Never.
Let's now move to work experience. What do you currently do for work?
Well, right now, I am reviewing cases, reviewing medical legal cases. I attend conferences, and I've kept up my board certification status. It's a lot of work to keep up your board certification status.
Understood. In terms of other work, do you do work for any boards in any state?
Yes, the Medical Board of Massachusetts.
And what type of...
Excuse me, Medical Board of California.
Right. And what is your title with respect to the Medical Board of California?
Medical consultant.
And describe specifically, you don't have to go into detail, but just describe what it is, the types of things you do for the medical board. And I assume that's in furtherance of practicing medicine. Is that consultancy the practice of medicine in California?
Oh, absolutely. You can't be a medical consultant for the medical board without a medical license. It is the practice of medicine.
Give us some examples of what your practice of medicine is with respect to the Medical Board of California.
For the medical board, I review cases. So the cases are referred to the medical board because of concerns that a licensed physician in the state of California is either practicing outside the law or practicing below the standard of care, or a combination of those things. So the cases are referred to the medical board, and I am one of the people that reviews the cases and makes recommendations as to whether there is actually a concern.
So going back to my clinical pharmacy days, I believe I understand the standard of care parlance, but we have maybe some different parlance in the medical field. Is standard of care and whether a physician's met it also known as physician negligence?
Yes, if they don't meet the standard of care, it's
Yes.
considered physician negligence, yes.
Describe your role in cases briefly of your expert witness to topics in forensic medical investigations.
The topics actually range from homicide. I've been involved with several homicide cases. Homicide, often stab wounds, blunt force trauma, child abuse are the topics. And domestic violence is also another frequent topic.
Prior to your current role that you've just described as an expert witness and a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, I want to go back just a little bit to the expert witness. Are you able to state whether you have testified previously mostly for prosecution or defense? Do you have a sense as to where the majority of your testimony has been on whose behalf?
Well, it's been mixed. There's been a lot of prosecution cases.
So you've testified as an expert witness many times in support of the prosecution.
Yes.
And has your testimony in support of the prosecution been only as a physician, or was there times when you, before you became a physician, that you were testifying on behalf of the prosecution, say when you were a police officer?
Yes.
And roughly, how many cases, we're going to get more into your police officer experience, but how many roughly cases do you recall testifying on behalf of the prosecution as a police officer?
25 to 30.
Now let's go to just prior to your immediate role. Before being a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, where did you work?
Immediately before I worked at the state of California prison system. It's called the the Corrections Department in the state of California. And I was the chief medical executive for one of the major prisons.
What years approximately did you serve in that role as chief medical executive of the California State Prison at Corcoran?
Yes. From 2018 to 2018 to 2023.
What was your role? What did you do?
Oh, well, the chief medical executive is in charge of the whole medical department. And so in that role, I had a lot of duties, including supervising the medical care of all of the patients, the inmates, conducting various committees. I chaired many committees, process improvement, pharmacy therapeutics, death committee. I investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during that time period.
Let's stop there if we could, please.
Yes.
And talk about from 2018 to 2020 is what I heard you say was your time period. Describe what was a death review at Corcoran that you performed.
Yes. The death review at Corcoran was quite extensive. And so what would happen, well, first of all, let me give you background. Background is that the patients die from a variety of causes in prison system, including suicide, homicide, natural death, overdoses, a wide variety of reasons people die. So my job was to investigate those deaths. And the way I did that was when these inmates or patients were taken to the emergency area, when they were found unresponsive, taken to the emergency area. If I was there, in the building, that's where my office was, I would go and personally examine these patients from head to toe.
In that personal examination from head to toe, did you ever experience any patients with wounds?
Yes.
Describe some of the wounds that you experienced that were the subject of your death review.
Well, there were a variety of wounds, and some of the most common ones were stab wounds, or blunt force trauma wounds, contusions, and or commonly known as bruises. But if it was, for instance, a hanging patient, I would look at the wounds around the neck to see if the ligature mark was horizontal or had a vertical component, because that could differentiate the manner of death or the mode of death.
You have ever in this process have to determine
The new guy from Karen Reed's team. It's the Karen Reed's witness, so they go first to prove that she's an expert.
whether a wound was, well, let me back up. Are you familiar with the term defensive wound?
Yes.
What does that term mean in the field of medicine?
Well, typically, what that means is that the victim of an assault attempted to defend themselves during the assault. And one of the common ways they do that is they bring up their arms to protect their face, neck, chest area, head area from the assault. So defensive wounds are commonly seen in the arm, the forearm, the posterior portion of the forearm, or the hands also.
Did you ever have to determine whether a wound was defensive when either the patient was unresponsive or the patient was deceased?
Many times.
Is it many times for both, or is it many times for one of those two?
Well, definitely when the patient was deceased.
So let's stop there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's start. So many times, do you have an approximate number of how many times just at your 5 years at Corcoran you determined whether a wound was a defensive wound on a deceased patient, approximately?
Not very many.
Okay.
Counsel, could we get an answer as to how many death reviews total were done last year?
Yes, Your Honor. I will ask that question right now. How many death reviews did you perform? And if you want to do it based upon per year, average month, whatever gives the court the best, most accurate answer.
Okay. Well, on average, we had one death per month. So some of those occurred at nighttime. But I reviewed all the cases, but he didn't personally examine every single case.
Right.
Over 35 got a very intensive exam.
So if I did my math correctly, it's 60, right? It's 12 times 5. You were there 5 years?
For death reviews.
For death
yes.
reviews, and that was the court's question.
Yes.
Right. Was there anybody else at Corcoran doing death reviews?
There was a committee that I formed to review deaths. It didn't exist when I first got there, but it did get formed later on.
Were there any other physicians on the committee that?
Oh yeah, Julie. He's asking a 2-year-old because Bev made him do this. He has to get everything in, or else she will find some little nook and cranny and say, "I don't allow it."
Oh, so you were the only physician on the committee in Corcoran that was performing the death reviews, or not?
No, I misspoke. There was one other physician, the person who was my assistant, who also needed to be involved in those death reviews in case I wasn't around.
Did you ever need to consult with any medical examiner's office in connection with your death reviews at Corcoran?
I frequently consulted with the local Kings County Medical Examiner's Office.
Describe examples of that consultation and interaction.
Okay, so I would conduct my initial part of the review, and I would call, in some cases, not every single case, but in some cases, call the Kings County Medical Examiner's Office and speak to them to alert them to certain findings or certain things that I wanted them to specifically look for in their examination.
Did that consultation include any consultation regarding wounds and the source and nature of the wounds?
I don't recall.
Now let's go to your emergency medicine physician experience at LAC plus USC. Do you have a shorthand that you'd like to use so I don't have to say that every time?
I don't.
All right. So I'll just say LAUSC. Would that be something that would work?
I say LAC USC.
I'll say LAC USC also. So what years were you an emergency medicine physician at LAC USC?
I was there as an emergency intern, resident, and physician from 1987 to 2016.
So if, again, I did my math right, it's about 29 years?
Yes.
And you've described previously that that facility was a level 1 trauma center, correct?
Yes, it was.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
A level 1 trauma center is the highest level that the trauma center could be. So it means it has in-house neurosurgeon, in-house orthopedic surgeon, an active research program, and obviously in-house trauma surgeons.
What did you do as an emergency medicine physician at that facility from 1987 to 2016? I'm sure it's a lot, but if you could give some representative examples.
Well, we staffed both the major and minor areas of the emergency department where the patients were brought into. So any patient that was brought in with major trauma or, even non-trauma, medical condition, heart attack or stroke would be brought into the emergency department, and we would provide the initial examination, screening, resuscitation, whatever was needed. And then if the patient needed to go to the operating room, we would call the surgeons. And, if they needed to go to the ICU, we would stabilize them and send them to the ICU.
In addition to diagnosing and treating that we've all experienced with the unfortunate, with all respect, having to go to the emergency medicine department, did you engage in any surgery in the emergency medicine department? And if you could describe what you mean if the answer is yes.
Yes.
Describe what it is that you did that constituted surgery at the emergency medicine department from 1987 to 2016. We're going to get into more specifics apropos to the issue at case here, but just looking for what, when we say that you did surgery, want to give an idea of what that is.
Okay, so we did what is considered minor surgery. We sewed up, we debrided and sewed up lacerations, repaired lacerations. We incised certain infected wounds and cut them open. So is that what you mean?
Yes, thank you. So now moving, and we're going to come back to some of that, but now moving on to the next position that you had at the LAC-USC Jail Medical Services. Can you describe what the name of that position was?
Yes, I was jail medical director.
And approximately what time period were you jail medical director at LAC?
No, it's just her CV that they have to meticulously put in because Biff is a CBAC.
CUSC.
Okay, before I answer that, I'd like to say that in addition, so we generally had a clinical role an administrative role. So there were several things going on at the same time.
This is a voir dire of Dr. Russell from right now. We are like 5 minutes
In
behind.
terms of jail medical director as the administrative role, I was doing that from 2003 to 2014.
And can you describe the in-custody unit that was there that you provided this role that you just described?
Yes, we had an unusual situation where we had, in addition to the regular major emergency department, we also had a specially dedicated emergency, combination of emergency, inpatient, and outpatient area for patients that were incarcerated. So the patients would be brought directly up to the jail emergency department for their injuries if they were hemodynamically stable. What I mean by that is if their blood pressure and pulse were stable, they'd be brought directly up to the emergency department.
And what type of agencies would bring those types of patients to that department?
The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, local area, any of the local police departments in LA County were eligible to bring their patients there.
And briefly describe the volume of patients that would be brought into that department.
It was very busy. Just the emergency department alone was 20 to 30 patients a day, just for the jail emergency department. And then the inpatient area depended on the year, because it was about 40 patients, inpatients, and over the years that decreased a little bit.
Did you ever have a role with regard to emergency medicine quality improvement at LAC-USC?
Yes, I was chairman of the committee for a period of time.
And do you remember approximately when that was?
I'd have to refer to the CV, sorry.
Would around 2000 to 2003 be approximately an accurate time?
Yes.
What did you do as the director of emergency medicine quality improvement?
So for that role, I was in charge of quality improvement projects and how they were progressing, during the interim, as well as I investigated all the deaths in the main emergency department and the jail emergency department.
Now, the title has in it quality improvement.
Yes.
Am I correct that in order to be a director of quality improvement, you have to understand well the underlying practice to understand what needs to be improved?
Yes.
And did you believe that you had that high level of understanding?
Yes.
And did you exercise that high level of understanding in that role?
Yes.
Now, before that, did you have any experience with life support training at LAC-USC?
Yes, I was the director of the life support training center.
And was that also around late 1990s, 2000 time period?
Yes.
And what was your role? What did you do as director of Center for Life Support and Training at LAC-USC?
So we provided all of the life support courses that were taught at the institution, including advanced cardiac life support, advanced trauma life support, which was taught to the surgeons and emergency physicians, and pediatric life support.
Now we're going to switch gears a little bit. Have you ever been an adjunct professor?
Yes.
When and where?
From, I believe the dates were 1998 to 2003 at the California State University at Los Angeles.
And what did you teach at Cal State Los Angeles?
I taught a graduate level course called legal medicine, which was part of their master's degree program.
And that's a graduate program, correct?
Yes.
And What were the students in the grad program there for? Was there a certain title that they were referred to as?
Yes, it was a graduate program in criminalistics, and so many of them were crime lab employees or headed to work at a crime lab.
And just briefly, can you give just examples of some of the topics you taught to those that were in this criminalistics program?
Yes, so I was teaching the medical course, and so I had to teach a wide range of topics about forensic medicine to these people who would be going to crime scenes and seeing deceased bodies, etc. So my topics included things like time of death, blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, burns, wounds. I did teach about wounds and including, so a wide variety of wounds.
Let's focus in on wounds. Okay. Describe in some detail the type of wound analysis and treatment you taught as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles.
Well, there was no treatment taught to those students. As opposed to the emergency students, emergency medicine doctors. But the types of wounds that I talked about in the legal medicine course included, again, sharp force, blunt force, thermal. I talked about bite wounds in terms of identifying bite wounds on a deceased body. I talked about wounds that people would see in child abuse, domestic violence, elder abuse.
And in your teaching, let's break that down. In your teaching of is it fair to say dog-inflicted human wounds? Is that a fair term?
Canine?
Or would you use?
Mostly bite wounds in general.
Bite wounds, was that bite wounds from a specific animal or general animals?
No, mostly human. I talked about mostly human bite wounds.
Okay.
With a reference to animal wounds.
And what was the reference to animal wounds?
Just how they can be differentiated from human bite wounds.
So you taught human bite wounds, but you also taught how to differentiate human bite wounds from dog bite wounds on humans.
Yes.
So let the witness answer that. So ask it in a non-leading way, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Describe what you taught the students on the topic of human wounds and dog bite wounds.
Okay, I taught the students to recognize human bite wounds. So I had pictures, images, and slides on human bite wounds, why they would be important, the forensic value of bite wounds. I mentioned how they may differ from other bite wounds, such as dog bite wounds. In the emergency department, the focus was a little different.
That's what I wanted to go to next. So describe, well, first, in your many years in the emergency department, and we're going to get to this in more detail. So why don't we just save it until the next category we get to? We'll come back to that. Before you were an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, and before you were a medical doctor, what did you do for work?
I was a police officer full-time.
And approximately when were you a full-time police officer?
From 1977 to 1984 in Massachusetts.
When you started on the police force in Malden, how many women were on the police force?
Before I started, none.
So you were the first woman on the police force in Malden?
Correct.
Before, did you go to academy?
Yes.
Did you graduate successfully from academy?
From the Boston Police Academy, yes.
Before that, did you have any other work experience?
Yes, I worked in an emergency room, actually.
Right, but in terms of from the time period, as I understand it, in Malden, if I heard correctly, you said approximately 1997 to 1984 for?
77.
I'm sorry, 77, right. So before that, did you have any other job in the community in Malden?
Well, in the period 1974 to 1977, during that period of time, I worked in the emergency department. I was an EMT and I was an auxiliary police officer.
Let's talk about the EMT experience. What did you do as an EMT?
I did volunteer work in an ambulance.
And just, again, most of us know what an EMT does, but just for the record, just briefly, what did you do as an EMT?
Generally rendered first aid to calls for emergency service.
Now let's go into the category of your medical training and experience specifically pointed at a certain topic. With regard to wounds, do you have any experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Much experience.
Let's start and do this chronologically. What professional experience have you had with, we'll call them dog bite, what would you like to call them, dog bites or dog bite wounds? What's your parlance?
Dog bite wounds.
So what's your professional experience going chronologically with dog bite wounds? Your first.
Well, my first experience that I recall was during that period of 1975 to 1977, when I attended a training session.
Thank you so much, Colorado Mountain Girl, for 17 corner kisses. That's the most kisses I've ever had. I'm almost raw on the corner of my mouth. And it's my pleasure that I sometimes are able to give a little bit back to the wonderful community. So thank you so much. And thank you for the help with the covering shipping costs. And I'm glad that your presence did arrive. And hopefully you and your family will enjoy building it.
Where I witnessed the training of guard dogs. The training was conducted by some people I know, and I was invited to this professional session. And during that session, even though the simulated criminals were wearing specially designed sleeves on their arms, one of the participants was accidentally bitten by one of the dogs.
And when you say accidentally bitten, what do you mean accidentally? Did the dog have a full bite grip or less than a full bite grip?
You know, I can't really say because I don't remember if I actually saw that bite, but the dogs were being taught how to aggressively bite and hold on to the simulated criminals. And apparently this one bite went out of, the range of where the sleeve ended.
And this was back in the 1970s?
Mid-70s, yes.
Did you provide any care for the wound of the person that was subjected to that dog injury?
Yes, I was an EMT, so I provided basic first aid and transported that person to local emergency room.
So you provided treatment on the spot, and then you participated in the transport to the ER?
Yes.
And did you get an opportunity at that point to observe the wound that was caused by this dog bite?
Very closely.
And because you treated it, correct?
Correct.
Let's now move to the LACUSC Jail Emergency Department. And I recall you testify that was approximately 1987 to 1995. Do I have that right?
That was part, yeah, that was the intense part that where we saw a lot of, law enforcement dog bites.
What, did you see any dog bite wounds in that jail emergency department?
Many.
When you say many, can you give, not how much you treated, but just how many of those dog-induced wounds that you observed?
I would say about 60 to 70 cases that I personally observed. There could have been a lot more.
Now, what type of dogs? Well, let me strike that. As part of that treatment,
She actually contacted the defense and said, "I read about this. This doesn't make sense." And they said, "Who are you?" And she said, "I'm the woman who has done the most in her entire life." She is such an impressive witness. Having this voir dire is an absolute shambles.
did you learn what type of dog inflicted the wound?
Well, these were trained law enforcement dogs.
So these were canine dogs, right?
Yes.
And is canine bites an appropriate term to describe them?
Yes.
And how many of these individuals at LAUSC Jail Emergency Department did you personally treat with these canine-induced dog wounds?
Personally, about 40.
And
yeah, and I think Bev is very jealous of this woman, and then she really got her with the, you have to say, with any degree of medical certainty. Yeah, that's just magic words that you use in court. Shut up.
you're saying personally, did you have any other experience in addition to those 40 that was not personal treatment with dog wounds?
Yes, so we worked.
Describe what those additional roles were.
We worked as a team, and so sometimes one intern or one resident would get the case, and another time the other person on the team would get the case. So, but we worked as a team. We saw all the wounds together as a team, and so that's why it's hard to give a hard number.
What was your role as a member of that team when you were not personally treating the wound? What was your role? What did you do?
I would assist. I would see other patients, but we all rounded on all the cases.
What do you mean by rounding?
Rounding is this medical phenomenon where the team of doctors and sometimes other healthcare professionals go from bed to bed and discuss each case.
So you went, in addition to the 40, you went as a member of the team from bed to bed to bed. And in addition to those 40 of dog-inflicted wounds, you saw additional dog-inflicted wounds, correct?
Yes.
Describe the level of bites that you would observe both as personally treating and as a member of the team.
Well, these bites were unlike anything I'd seen before. They were very extensive dog bites with a lot of tissue damage. And there were areas on the patients where the dog would attempt more than one bite. And sometimes there were, completed bites, and sometimes there were what I called partial bites, where there were just some scratches, abrasions, superficial wounds. But the, so it was quite a different thing than I had read about in textbooks.
What do you mean by partial bites?
Well, a partial bite would be where the dog did not get a full grip on the victim and therefore did not penetrate the skin. The teeth actually slide around along the surface of the skin in the attempt to get a grip.
Could you make that determination, that partial grip, as you've described it, from looking at the wound?
Yes.
And how, in this specific experience at the USC jail, did you determine, generally, that the dog had made a partial grip on whatever was the potty part that was the subject of the wound?
Well, oftentimes because they were accompanied by completed dog bites that had full penetration, puncture wounds, and tearing.
Right, and so did you make the observation of the wound? In other words, you saw it and then reached a medical conclusion about whether it was partial or complete?
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you look at the wound and make a medical determination with regard to whether it was a partial or a complete grip by the dog?
I don't really know because we focused in on the most dangerous of the wounds, the ones that had the large gaping lacerations and that needed the medical attention.
So the predominance was the typical canine bite, but then there were also a less number with the incomplete bite, correct?
Yes.
Does an incomplete bite have what you observed, have any relationship to a civilian dog bite?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It wasn't a great question. So let's go to, does a canine bite ever present as a regular community dog bite in terms of the wound?
Ever?
Yes.
A trained canine bite?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Right. So an incomplete canine bite, correct, is more tethered to a canine. I'll rephrase. Describe how you would compare an incomplete canine dog bite to a civilian dog bite.
You can't. That's
Well, that's difficult. And again, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, let's just conclude this way.
ask another question. Could you tell a difference between a civilian dog or police dog if you looked at a bite? And you say no.
So the predominance at the LAUSC jail emergency department was canine dog bites. Let me rephrase it. We'll in terms of LAUSC jail emergency department, what was the predominant type of dog inflicted wound that you observed and treated?
The regular emergency department?
Yes.
Not jail. The predominant was civilian dog bites.
Now let's move to the emergency department at LAUSC, and specifically your role as an emergency department physician. And as I understand it, you've testified that was between 1987 and about 2016 as an intern resident and physician. Is that your testimony?
And yes.
Now, did you treat and assess dog bites or dog wounds in that capacity in the emergency department of LACUSC?
In the main emergency department, yes.
In the main emergency department. And did you also treat, beyond dog-induced wounds, general animal-induced wounds that were not from a dog?
Yes.
Describe some of the animal wounds, non-dog animal wounds that you would observe and treat in the regular emergency department.
Well, the most common one was the cat. But beyond that, we would see wounds from skunks, rats, raccoons. I recall seeing an opossum wound one time, of course, snake bites and, various other animals.
Hey.
Approximately how many dog bite wounds did you observe and treat in the emergency department at LACUSC?
So the main emergency department?
Yes.
Well, over the course of all those years, at least 500.
How do you come up with the number 500?
Well, it was an estimate based on seeing, based on the number of years I worked, plus the number of weeks in a year, plus the number of dog bites that I saw per week. And that's how I came up with that number. And I underestimated.
Describe what you did, just briefly, with regard to the wounds. What type of practice of medicine, what did you do specifically with the wounds?
So when a patient came in with a wound.
And I'm talking dog bite wounds.
Okay, well, first I had to figure out if it was a dog bite, because some patients couldn't tell us what kind of animal bit them. Most of the time they could, but some couldn't. Some were young, some, there were various reasons. There was sometimes language barriers. So I had to figure out what a type of animal inflicted the wound. And there was a very important clinical reason for that.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
So I think you testified earlier about specifically what you did with the wound. What did you do specifically with the dog, these 500, approximately more than 500 dog inflicted wounds? What did you do specifically, so to speak, with your hands?
Okay. Well, I was clearly interested in wounds, and particularly bite wounds. I was very interested in this. So it got my attention all the time. And so what I first do, I had to do differential diagnosis, but physically, if I determined it was a dog bite wound, then I'd render the appropriate treatment. Sometimes there was perforation of the skin and lacerations, and those lacerations sometimes needed debridement, which is cutting away from the edges and the dead tissue, any devitalized tissue, and some were large enough that they actually needed suturing. Many of them needed antibiotics prescribed.
In terms of the facility.
Yeah, it's I don't know why he chose that. He could say a working dog and a civilian dog. It would make more sense than a dog or a civilian dog, because civilian dogs are dogs as well. All of them are canines.
I think you've testified that it was a level 1 trauma center?
Yes.
Did the fact that it was a level 1 trauma center have any effect on the number of dog bite wounds you would see?
I don't know the exact effect, but we did get referrals in.
And does the fact that it was a level trauma 1 center mean your estimate was conservative or liberal?
Oh, my estimate was conservative.
Meaning conservative, you say 500, but describe what you mean by conservative.
Conservative
Up
means,
or does it go down?
oh, I probably saw a lot more than 500.
Does that estimate include the number of dog inflicted wounds that you supervised?
No.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you also supervised. Describe what the nature of the supervision was with respect to dog inflicted wounds.
Well, as an attending physician at a university medical center, of course, I supervised interns, other residents, medical students, PAs, and nurse practitioners. And so frequently had, 3 to 5 people working with me that I had to supervise. So I would see I saw any case that they saw. Any patient that they saw, I would supervise. And when there were wounds, I would look at the wounds personally myself.
How many trainees did you typically supervise per shift?
Typically 3 to 5.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you were supervising 3 to 5 trainees per shift who also were treating dog inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And can you give an approximate number of dog-inflicted wounds, just approximate, that those trainees would be experiencing?
Yeah, I'm always at around 100 calories.
It's so hard to give an estimate. But with all those trainees and all those weeks and years, I would say at least another 500.
Have you ever participated, now we're going to switch gears to when you described you were a forensic pathologist in OR. Did you ever have experience with an autopsy which regarded a canine attack?
Yes, unfortunately.
When?
It was in 1995.
And where?
It was in Los Angeles.
And where specifically, which department in Los Angeles?
Oh, when I was at the coroner's office, I was assigned an autopsy.
So this was at the medical examiner's office?
That's correct, medical examiner now.
And what was the subject of the autopsy? Who was the subject?
It was a young boy, I don't remember the exact age, and he was killed by 3 dogs when he entered into a fenced area.
Were they canine dogs or civilian dogs?
I don't know the exact training, but I was led to believe that they were not law enforcement canine dogs.
So you were led to believe there were civilian dogs? Not, they just weren't canine dogs?
They weren't, as far as I know, they were not trained canine dogs. They were civilian dogs.
Did you observe any wound patterns as part of that autopsy?
Yes.
Describe the wound patterns that you observed.
I'll never forget them. There were many deep lacerations, avulsions. There was a wide range of wounds, and amongst them there were patterns of abrasions, multiple parallel abrasions.
Were there any other types of marks from the part of the dog that you observed?
Oh, there were puncture wounds.
Any other types of wounds? Many other part of the dog?
Well, I believe that there were some claw marks. They also would look like superficial abrasions.
And were there any bite marks?
Oh, yes.
How many? Approximately.
I don't know.
More than one?
Oh, many.
Many. Now let's move to studies and publications. Have you ever performed a study of canine dog bite injuries?
Yes.
Describe it.
Yes. My colleagues and I performed a study of over 700 canine dog bites that presented to the jail emergency department over a 10-year period.
When approximately was this study?
In the in the 1990s.
Did that study result in any publications?
Yes, 2.
Were those 2 publications peer reviewed?
Yes.
What does peer review mean?
That means that a group of physicians from the same specialty have read the article, analyzed the method.
Because it's old testimony. It was in 1995. That's what they are standing by. But again, that's BS.
Methodology.
It is.
And determined that this was a valid study.
Have you, in addition to that study that was peer reviewed, have you ever edited any publications?
Yes.
Describe the publications that you edited.
I edited a 2-volume publication called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
And were there any chapters in that regarding human bite wounds?
Yes, Mads. That's why this is totally unheard of. But Bev allowed it. And today, when you saw how smug she was with that little smile, we're going to have a hearing. To me, it seems like it's just a waste of Karen's money.
Yes.
Describe briefly what the chapter was about.
Yes, the chapter was written by, well, it was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, who was a pioneer, and one of his colleagues, Dr. Anselmo, who were pioneers in the field of forensic odontology, bite wound analysis.
Now, you mentioned Dr. Gerald Vale. What is his profession or professions?
Okay, he was a dentist and a teaching dentist at the university.
Well, so far it's her own side questioning, and maybe the defense or the state will come with some questions. But I like it when she looks at him. I don't get your question. She's not. She seems very, very capable, and she don't want to just say yes or no to make the defense look good. They have to word it correctly. I like that.
University of Southern California, as well, and an attorney as well.
How was he? Are you aware of his reputation?
Oh yes, even before I got to.
What was his reputation?
Sustain this. Okay. What was his reputation?
No, we're going to move on to a different question. Do you remember the title of the publication?
Excuse me.
The title of the publication again?
Yes. It was called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
Okay. What part of that publication did you edit specifically?
Myself and my co-editor edited the entire publication, every chapter in the publication.
Did that publication discuss human dentition?
Yes, the chapter written by Dr. Vale and colleague did.
Did that publication discuss dog dentition?
Yes.
And you, of course, since you edited the whole publication, you were editing, well, let me ask this. Did you edit parts of the publication on human and dog dentition?
Yes.
What did you do as an editor of those chapters?
Well, I read the chapters thoroughly and looked looked for any inconsistencies or any problems with the topics, and then if and made some small change recommendations, and then it went on for publication.
Do you know why you were asked to edit that publication?
Yeah, that's sustained.
Yeah, that's speculation about
In terms of the publication after editing, was the publication peer reviewed?
Yes.
And were you part of that peer review process?
No, because I was the editor.
Correct. So you were the editor, and then after your editing, it went on for peer review?
Yes.
And then did it sort of pass, so to speak, to
I
peer
like him
review?
so far.
Yes.
And then
He has to play by Bev's
Yes.
rules.
Let's now move on to the topic of publications, seminars, talks, lectures. How many peer-reviewed, well, let me start this way. Have you read any peer-reviewed published articles on dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Can you describe how many?
Oh, at least 20.
Have you ever attended any seminars regarding wound identification and bite wounds?
Yes.
How many approximately? Or if you can't recall, describe some of the seminars.
I don't know the exact number of seminars. However, I would frequently attend them at the coroner's office, Los Angeles coroner's office, and at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences annual meeting.
And some people have varying reviews about what happens in the seminar. What happened at these seminars that you attended?
These are high-level seminars, very intense. And I was one of the few medical physicians that would actually attend the odontology seminars because it was a special interest of mine.
And what were some of the topics at these seminars that were discussed on odontology? I'm sorry, first let's talk about what is odontology?
I think it's the study of human dentition or dentition in general, I believe. I don't know.
And so it can be, it's the study of, I'm sorry, back to the seminars. Describe what occurred at these seminars.
Yes, at the LA Coroner's Office, there would be a lecture every year about, I should say about every year, regarding forensic odontology and bite wounds, bite wounds on humans. At the American Academy of Forensic Science, those were very interesting seminars in which the specific cases were discussed by the board certified forensic odontologists, and principles of bite marks identification was discussed.
Did those seminars involve the topic of dog-inflicted wounds?
Not primarily.
Was there any discussion of dog-inflicted wounds at those seminars?
At some of the seminars, if dog-inflicted wounds were discussed, it was just in means of distinguishing, a human bite versus a dog bite.
You've mentioned Dr. Vale's name a couple of times.
Yeah.
Did you ever work in any capacity with Dr. Vale?
Yes, he was the forensic odontologist for the Los Angeles County Coroner's Medical Examiner's Office.
Did you ever consult with or for him?
Yes.
Describe that.
Well, he had a case where there was, it was a dog bite case, and I don't know a lot of the details, but he called me up and wanted to discuss the case and specifically some features of dog bites and treatment.
And was he looking for information from you, or was he just reporting to you his views?
No, he was looking for information.
And what type of information did you provide generally?
I can't really say.
But it was the topic. Again, the topic was
dog bites.
Yep. Let's now move on to a different topic. Do you have experience providing treatment to individuals involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many, many hundreds.
Describe the many, many hundreds of experiences you have involving motor vehicle accidents.
Well, it's difficult because there were so many. I worked at a level 1 trauma center, which was right next to some major roads and major freeways. So vehicle accidents were very commonplace. But the victims would range from mildly injured to comatose and dead. A wide range, a lot of injuries, bodily injuries, head injuries, wide range of injuries. And that's pretty much it. And I know what I was going to say. Some of those victims were actually hit by a car. They weren't just motor vehicle collisions. They were actually struck by a car.
That's what I wanted to get to. So before we get to the specific of what you just mentioned, struck by a car, you've described today a variety of your roles from an EMT, police officer, etc. For each one, could you just tell whether or not getting into details, whether or not you observed and treated a human involved in a motor vehicle accident?
As an EMT, yes, I did. As an emergency physician, yes, I did. As a forensic pathologist, no, I didn't treat anybody, but I certainly examined them and took very detailed notes and made some assessments.
So as a forensic pathologist, because I'm assuming, as a forensic pathologist, describe a little bit more about what you mean.
Well, as a forensic, I should have clarified a little bit better. As a forensic pathologist in the coroner's office, all of those victims were deceased. However, in my role as a consultant forensic pathologist, I would consult on cases for the courts, for various parties in the courts on motor vehicle injured patients.
Now let's go to the emergency room. Can you approximate how many patients involved in a motor vehicle accident that you treated?
I can't. There were so many.
Is it in the
Hundreds or
tens?
thousands.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
I'm sorry, hundreds or to thousands.
And how do you come to that estimate?
I just again, if on a very conservative way, if I just very conservatively said I worked 1,000 weeks during my career, even if I saw one motor vehicle accident patients per week, I'm at 1,000.
Well, we don't know if she's destroying the Commonwealth. We have to hear what the Commonwealth has to attack her with.
But certainly I saw a lot more than that.
Let's move on to the topic of wound patterns. How do you assess the source of wounds? Generally.
Well, I look at the skin and I try to recognize if there is a pattern that I've seen before, a pattern that I am familiar with, and sometimes in the past I had to compare a pattern to an object, for instance. But yes, wound recognition and pattern recognition are very major interests of mine.
Is wound pattern recognition a topic that is taught in medical school?
In residency, for sure.
And what is taught in residency about wound pattern recognition generally?
Well, in emergency medicine residency, it's taught to recognize patterns and locations of wounds because the physician has to be able to recognize things like child abuse and elder abuse and domestic violence, which oftentimes are associated with specific patterns of injuries.
Is wound pattern recognition considered a standard of care?
Yeah, they are also really going slowly, so the Commonwealth has nothing.
You used that term earlier today, in the medical profession, in the emergency department. Is that something is wound pattern recognition an area that an emergency room physician is trained in?
Yes.
And how frequently, in your experience as an emergency room physician, do you exercise pattern wound recognition?
I can't tell.
Is it frequent or infrequent?
Oh, frequent.
Why is assessing the source of bite wounds? Well, let me go backwards. Is assessing bite wounds important in the practice of medicine in the emergency department?
Is assessing the source of bite wounds?
Is it important?
Yes, it is very.
Why?
Well, because different types of bite wounds are treated differently.
Does the assessment affect the care and treatment that the patient is going to receive?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Well, certain bite wounds are prone to certain infections. So dog wounds are prone to certain infections, cat wounds, various other animals that inflict wounds cause infections. And the infections can differ from the inflicting animal. Additionally, so there are bacterial infections. There are also viral infections such as rabies. So for instance, some types of wounds from some type of animals will require a series of rabies shots because those animals are known to harbor rabies. So it's very important to try to figure out what the source of the wound is, so you can determine, does the person just need some antibiotics and a tetanus shot, or do they need a series of rabies shots?
Are there circumstances in which you've had to identify the source of wounds without input from the patient?
Yes.
Describe those.
Well, there may be a language barrier, or sometimes with a child will have a bite, but we don't know what it's a child. So yes.
Are there any other circumstances, any other categories that you have to determine the source of the wound, say where you might have a legal responsibility to make a judgment on the source of the wound?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
In terms of circumstances where you have to determine the source of the wound, are there any other examples where you've determined the source of the wound, sort of categories of people, certain types of victims that you've seen and had to make an assessment?
Are you talking about bite wounds?
No, just a wound in general.
Well, yeah, so
wound pattern is the topic, so
yes.
With regard to wound patterns.
Okay, well, yes, so it's important for an emergency physician, for instance, to recognize patterns, because sometimes the victims themselves will attempt to mislead the doctor. For instance, it's not uncommon for parents, or I should say caretakers, or domestic violence victims to give a different story in the emergency department than the true story of how an injury was sustained. And I'm a mandated reporter. Emergency physicians are mandated reporters. So we have to be on the lookout for certain injury patterns.
Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes.
And specifically with regard to a limb, upper body limb and arm, what is the posterior surface?
So the posterior surface is the back of the individual. And
hold up your arm and demonstrate what you mean when
yes.
you say posterior.
But first, let me just explain that the anatomic labels are given to the human body, or have been given in the past to the human body, in reference to what they call the standard anatomical position, which is with a person standing upright.
It depends totally on, sometimes it's, did you go to school? Yes. Did you study? Yes. Have you ever seen? Yes. I qualify as an expert. Today it's 2 hours and we still haven't gotten to anything, and it's not her fault, it's Judge Bev's and the Commonwealth. This lady should just send her CV and they should pay for her meal ticket and her plane ticket, because Bev have never been in a room with a person as smart as this one, and I actually resent them for implying this lady doesn't have the qualification.
Right, and their arms down at their side. So anything in the front is called anterior, anything in the back is called posterior, which means that the posterior of the arm is actually here, because even though it doesn't look like it might be posterior to somebody, it's actually anatomically the posterior of the arm. So it's this surface right here. And so that's what is meant by the posterior of the arm.
What can, and have you observed wounds on the posterior surface of an arm in your career?
Oh, that's highly indicative of defense wounds.
What do you mean it's highly indicative of defense wounds?
Well, we're taught in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology that if there are wounds to that area of the arm, it may be because the person or victim sustaining the injuries was trying to protect themselves. And so they brought the arm up to protect their face, their head, their neck, chest area. So the wounds to this area, the posterior of the arm, are often defensive wounds.
What is your experience with defensive wounds to the posterior location of the arm?
I have a lot of experience with them.
Describe that.
Well, both, again, in the emergency department, so many victims, many patients, I should say, that had wounds to that area of the arm. And of course, in the medical examiner's office, again, so many victims that had wounds to that posterior surface of the arm.
Did you, as part of that examination for the posterior surface of the arm, ever determine the wound was from a stab wound?
Yes.
How many times roughly?
10, roughly.
Did you ever in your career determine that a posterior wound was sourced by a dog bite or dog claw wound?
Not that I labeled in the medical chart as such.
In your analysis, in your experience in the emergency room and in the jail with canine wounds, did you reach a conclusion with regard to whether a wound on the posterior surface of an arm was a defensive wound as you have defined it today?
In the emergency department, it didn't really matter if an animal bite was on the posterior surface of the arm, because in the emergency department we focused in on treatment. It did matter in cases of, like I said, domestic violence or child abuse, because those were assaults. But other than that, the wounds were treated as if they were on the front of the arm. No difference.
How about in the canine dog bite wound experience? Did you ever conclude that a wound from a canine bite or any kind of dog bite was a defensive wound?
Yes, some of them were, but again, it didn't matter in terms of the treatment. So, so that determination wasn't really important.
So you made a determination that they were, well, put it this way. Did you make any kind of an assessment, whether it affected treatment or not, that the wound was a defensive wound with regard to a dog bite?
Yes.
Now let's go on to characteristics of dog bites and scratch wounds. Do you know approximately how many dog bite wounds present to the emergency room in the United States on an annual basis?
Yes, it's over 300,000 estimated.
And how do you know that estimate?
From the medical literature.
And is that medical literature you have read and are aware of?
Yes.
Which medical specialty, you know what I mean by medical specialty?
Yes.
Which medical specialty sees the most dog bite inflicted wounds?
Well, I believe it's the emergency physician, because we're the gatekeepers, so to speak.
Do you have a conclusion whether emergency room physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than other specialists?
Okay. Ask it differently.
Thank you. Do ER physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than others?
Yeah, sustain for the same reason, but I'll give you a minute to think about how to ask it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a stupid question.
Which medical specialty has the most exposure? Well, let me conclude it this way.
Thank you, Tim, for becoming a member.
In terms of the presentation of dog bite wounds in the emergency room, are emergency room physicians trained to recognize and treat dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes, it's a common presentation in the emergency department.
Describe the difference between, well, do you know the difference between a civilian dog bite and a canine dog bite?
I believe I do.
Describe it.
Well, the canine dog bites inflicted by trained canine dogs tend to be quite devastating. Puncture wounds with tearing lacerations, very big wounds causing injury to muscle, connective tissue underneath, even blood vessels at times. They oftentimes require admission to the hospital and extensive intravenous antibiotics. As opposed to the canine, the civilian, what I call the civilian dog bites, which typically are just scratches or, I shouldn't say scratches, abrasions or small puncture wounds, and require maybe a little bit of irrigation and a tetanus shot and outpatient treatment.
Dr. Russell, you've been gracious and patient with my questions. Do you need a break for any reason, subject to the court's permission?
So I was going to go just a little bit further if we could, like 15 minutes. But I can't see Dr. Russell from where I am.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Can go 15 more minutes?
I could.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's move on to the.
Oh, they're saying K9, not K9. Yeah, because dog is a stupid word. They can't be that dumb. Even in Massachusetts. I shouldn't say that, Jamie. You're rubbing off on me. You're starting beef, and now I started beef with an entire state.
I didn't do anything. Goodness.
We all know that you didn't want me to invite a certain streamer on for.
You stop it. Stop it.
Topic of dental features of dogs. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Describe that knowledge.
Well, I have knowledge of the numbers and configuration of the teeth, the shape of the jaw.
And can you describe generally that knowledge?
Generally, yeah. So the shape varies depending on the breed, but generally there are 42 teeth in the canine mouth, and a certain number on the top. There's a certain number down below. 20 on top, 22 below.
And does that knowledge source from your medical education training, or does it source from the literature, or both?
Both.
Now let's go to an overview of dog-inflicted injuries.
You did an
Specifically,
hour and a half
can
ago.
you give an overview of the specific type of dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes, they can range from the very minor, which are abrasions and contusions or bruises, to very large gaping lacerations and amputations and avulsions and just about everything in between.
What do you mean by an avulsion?
An avulsion is where a piece of tissue is actually torn away. By tissue, generally I mean the skin, and it's torn away from where it's supposed to be. But yet, a little part of it may still be intact. So it's not completely amputated, it's just a portion of it is torn away.
Are there ever teeth from a dog that are the cause of those types of injuries you just described?
Yes.
Are the nails of a dog ever the source of the type of injuries you just described?
The nails are sources of abrasions.
Are the claw marks the source of any type of injury from a dog?
I'll buy a beer for you
marks
then.
of a dog the source of any type of the injuries you just described?
Yes, abrasions.
Let's go to the types of dog bite injuries. Describe the types of dog bite injuries with which you have professional experience.
Well, I have experience with that whole range of injuries and the unfortunate situation of death too.
So let's discuss the components of that range you just talked about. What types of injuries specifically from a dog do you have experience with regard to the type of dog injury from the dogs in the dog dentition?
I don't understand.
I'm sorry, my question is not clear enough for you. Are there words or names that are associated with the type of injury from a dog?
Other than the medical terms like abrasions and contusions, lacerations.
Is there a certain action of dog teeth that occurs that they have a name for the type of injury that they present?
Okay, so one type of injury can be what they call the tear and the puncture and tear and pull injury, where the canine teeth, which are the longest ones, and the dogs have 2 canines on the upper jaw and 2 on the lower. The canine teeth actually puncture the wound, and what happens, and which I haven't described yet, is that generally a person's not standing still while they're getting bitten. They're pulling, the dog is pulling. And what happens is a lot of these wounds are caused, especially the extensive ones, by the relative pulling away of the victim and the dog. Some dogs hold on and pull as well. So this pulling, the puncturing and then pulling will cause these whole and tear lacerations.
Now, you've discussed previously wound pattern recognition, you've used that term. How would you describe the wound pattern characteristics of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
There are a number of different patterns.
In a spectrum of characteristic, from small to medium to high, what one of those three categories would you describe is appropriate for the characteristicness of recognizing a pattern from a dog?
Well, if there is a certain combination of wounds, a certain pattern of wounds, being parallel lines and puncture wounds, etc., if that is present, that combination, that is highly characteristic of a dog-inflicted injury.
So I just want to make sure we understand the type of dog-inflicted wounds that are, as you just called it, highly characteristic of a dog wound. What is the observation that leads you to conclude in certain instances that a wound is highly characteristic of a dog-induced wound?
Well, if I see a combination of punctures or incomplete punctures, as well as parallel abrasions, striations, scratches would be the civilian word for that, that combination is highly characteristic.
Are you familiar with the term with regard to dog bites and dog wounds, an incomplete dental impression?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
Well, dogs don't generally bite with their entire mouth when they are biting a human. They bite with the front of their mouth. So, so you get a partial dental imprint. Additionally, depending on the type of, the amount of force and the grip, so to speak, that the dog gets on the skin, there may or may not be a complete impact of the teeth.
So would it be, so when it's not a complete impact of the teeth, have you observed that incomplete impact of the teeth in wounds to humans from dogs?
Yes.
Describe those observations, including how frequently you've made those observations.
In general, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites because the civilian, well, I can't say why, but anyways, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites, the incompletes. And the pattern is, as I just described.
Is your experience greater from your entire career with dog-inflicted wounds from canine bites or from civilian dogs, as you've used that term?
In terms of overall numbers, civilians.
Your Honor, I would be going on to my next topic, and if you would like me to continue, I can, or if Your Honor prefers a break, I can do that as well.
I don't need a break, but I understand if people want a break. But what I want to know is how long, I'm not rushing you, but just to figure out how long we're going on the direct.
My best estimate, Your Honor, is 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so you say this is a good place to stop?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll stop. So
Thank you,
we'll take a
appreciate
20-minute break and be back out here at 11:30.
Oh.
Quiet, please.
This is moving slower than molasses.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be necessary to go that far into her life. The state has none of their experts that's anywhere nearly as qualified as this. They have nowhere near anyone who can touch her with a just turn the volume down. They have
There's
nothing.
no need, but with the way Bev is and everything, I would want to go into every stinking detail over and over again just to make sure.
Yeah, but again, it's ridiculous because if he's going to go another 40-45 minutes,
Because he's got to get into the actual John pictures and stuff like that, right? So maybe they want to spend a lot of time on that.
They shouldn't really go into that. Well, they can go into her report. That's what they should go into. But At this point, Bev should just say, yes, we understand. I've read her CV and she has it. Let's talk about her testimony, or let the other side ask her questions. It's so stupid that we're wasting so much time on this one.
And the only upside of it is at least she didn't have to fly all the way in for like 2 seconds of questions and then they're like, okay, she's okay. You know what I mean? Like I could see her doing that just to be a d-bag.
Andy will, well, as Pedro has also said, nowhere, anywhere have anything like this been done before, where they question, especially with her. Yeah, I heard the Voir Dire and I heard her testimony. We are having a hearing. This is unprecedented. It's BS. It's unprecedented BS. Which would be
I'm curious
UBS.
I'm curious to what Brennan has to offer. So
that it was a long time ago. Thank you, Wicked Side.
no, but you know what I mean, like to see his style.
Oh yeah, but we saw his style the last. He's worse than Lally. They wanted proof. I wish he would go on all day. I don't, because at 1 o'clock our closing argument starts in the boring case.
Well, we've never heard him like question a witness though.
No, yeah, that's correct.
So that's kind of like what I want to see. I'm curious about.
Welcome, Betsy. Because she attacked another dog, Jen said that, no, Coco said that at the trial, because she attacked another dog. She gave her to a woman she met halfway to Vermont that she doesn't know the name of. But on this channel, we maintain the thought that Chloe is in Vermont on the beach frolicking with other women. Because if you say anything about Chloe isn't here anymore, Jamie will start to cry.
Leave those puppies alone, people.
Yeah, but she will waste all of our time with questioning him. Yes, because on appeal there'll be an interlocutory appeal, and she would be granted because this woman has the most impressive CV, and it doesn't matter that she didn't do her is this a dog exam this year. She has so much knowledge about it that she will be an expert.
Yeah.
But yeah, but go back and see the way Bev said that we're having a hearing. It was so condescending. Well, she's in Vermont frolicking. Yeah. How are we all feeling? A little tired and a little bored, to be honest. Well, Jamie, I have good news. I am not a liar.
That is shocking news for me.
Yeah.
So
you
about...
any know that's a revelation. I just locked down the last 3 persons, so I am now at 12 creators for Christmas.
And who's the newbies?
Well, you did know I had Trial TV Live. They said yes. Yeah. Recovery Addict said this Saturday, sometime in the daytime. I don't have an hour yet, but he said Saturday. And on the 23rd, I'll have Wiki McCollum from South Africa on.
Oh, that's cool.
So we're gonna go all over the place. So right now it's 12 people. Remember tonight at 4, if this has ended, me and Brandy will have a little chin wag, as they say in the British Isles.
Chin wag.
That's the name. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting meeting new people.
It always is. It is interesting having some of these new people on your channel and getting to know them.
Yes, publicly buzzed was cool, and it's so different the way each stream becomes, because some people you do this with, some people you do that with, and some people it's very structured. Some people you're just bouncing all over the place, and they say something, and you think, "Oh my God, I have to ask about that." And finding out yesterday that we're both big wrestling fans was great. Jamie will be starting her and Publicly Boss will be doing her why Vince Russo booking ruined the WCW.
Whatever. That is you need to have a side channel for that stuff.
Yeah, because I need more hours streaming every day.
You really do. You do. You don't do enough, Baker.
I don't have a tree this year, so no, I won't do that. I don't know how to make oatmeal raisin cookies because I hate raisins in anything baked. What is that, a marketing strategy?
Are awful.
Yeah, I hate raisins in cook. It's not so much a marketing. It's more like the anti-grift thing I'm trying to do, because sitting here on YouTube every day, it's nice. I have a good stable of friends. I have Jamie, and I have. Well, Jamie isn't really a friend. She's more. Sometimes she shows up and
hey,
and ask, "What are we doing, Jamie? Have you watched the show? Are we on the show?" No, but you have these small groups.
Interesting.
Yeah, we have these small groups of people where okay, we hang out every Saturday. I hang out with Mo and Jamie, and someone comes along, and I really like that someone that comes along because they bring it some energy, and that's why I thought I'm always on with the expert or Nick or MG or Shizzy, Valhalla. Some of these people, I thought there's a ton more people out there, and you people know way more of them than I do. So why not try and reach out and say, I have a few viewers, you have a few viewers. Maybe when I'm not streaming, they could go to your place, or they could just learn about new, interesting people because everyone's journey is different.
Yeah.
Just got back. Did the state even ask any questions? No, we haven't done. Her entire testimony yet.
Yeah, she's not done yet. He said he's got about 45 minutes left.
Even though I still say used to be up for the prom. Well, he won't have to arrest me because I hate baked raisins. So
should do oatmeal chocolate chip, people. That's where it's at.
No, I'm not divorcing you. I just need to have new people to talk to because
we bore him.
we switch cases so much, and we go and try to keep it fresh. But sometimes you're sitting here thinking, "Oh, who's that guy?" And everyone in chat says, "Oh, by the way, don't mention that innuendo girl that Jamie hates."
Oh, hey!
You should talk to that person. And you don't know them, and we creators are really bad at communicating and reaching out to each other because that's just how we are. Thank you, Special K, for a little doggo super sticker.
Thanks, Special K. No, Dave, it's not over.
Oh, we're just having a little pee break.
Yeah, they're just taking a little bathroom break.
I don't pop in on lives that often. You could at least pretend you enjoy my company, but you're not on live. Baker's just trying to create his own network. No, I'm part of the Jamie News Network. That's
Baker's not going anywhere, people. I own him. No, I'm kidding. It's ridiculous.
Yes, they did sentence her to life, I believe. Yeah.
The fire pit swinger.
Yeah. I mean, like your life when you stream silly. Well, I try to see everyone, but can't see everything. That's yeah. He's already seeing other people like that guy Joseph. I'm not. I'm trying to give you more creators that you can follow and watch when, because I take so many days off and I retired and all. No, that wasn't me.
Mm-mm.
That was Dave. But it's so nice because I don't stream at night, or your night. I'm sleeping. So I'm thinking maybe because I know publicly Boss streams at night, and Alles nur geklaut was more to show like Helen from Holland, who understands German, that there's a nice group of people over there. It's just to meet some cool people and get a little new energy into you. Turning, instead of just being a commenter, now I'm an interviewer, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Isn't Jamie Baker's wife? She is.
I'm his internet
You stop
wife.
laughing in there. Yeah.
I love when people think that.
Well, that's the problem. I never sleep. I really didn't think that through when all these night streamers saying, "Yeah, can we do it like 5:30?" Yeah, sure. Oh, that's 11:30. I don't. Yeah, I'm an idiot. How long have you had this channel? 2 years. NR's channel. Nick Ricada? I've never been on Nick Ricada if that's NR.
NR.
Ballerina got 20 plus 10. Suitcase Sarah got live. Fire Pit Swinger got live. Yes, but Ballerina was found guilty in manslaughter. The other two were guilty in second degree. No, they are taking a break. You can hear them laugh in the background. They had a 20-minute pee break, and I could really use a pee break too, so I hope they're back soon. But Bev is always late. I just reminded you of the expert on White Rabbit. They're nice people. They are nice people.
Very nice.
When Jay from J-Bob Nation went back to work a desk job, he left a vacuum. I'm glad I found you. That's another person I don't know, but I'm glad you found us too. It's there's so many people out. That's why I'm trying to put in some new. It's not to ship all of you off because I like you. Jamie is not so fond of you, but I like you, and
Hey.
I wasn't supposed. Okay, then don't put it in private chat, Jamie. But yeah, I miss the Danish language too. Well, I do them sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't. What?
Because you and your storytelling, I'm sure people are
I don't
like,
tell stories.
They must be married. We've never met people. We don't even live in the same country. So
No, I don't know how far it is from Tennessee to. Well, maybe when I was in Illinois, the time we were closest to each other.
yeah.
I have baked for Jamie. I baked a box cake with her 3 ingredients. Crap.
You did not. You yelled at me about it.
I did bake a box cake for you and spiced it up a little bit. Now you
When?
The one I make chocolate thing where I put extra chocolate chips in it, and I think I made muffins or something. Oh no, I did. I can't remember. I baked it for you, Jamie. It's almost like being married. When did you do that? I did clean the gutter. When? Last year? The bench jumper got 28 to 65 years, I think was the right number.
Yeah. That's what you get when you attack the judge.
I've been on with Vices before, an early morning, but it could also have been one on Nick's streams, because I've been on Nick's stream with Vices as well, and on Megan's stream with Vices. And next Friday, Vices will be joining me. That's going to be nice.
Yay!
The only difference between the Danish and the Finnish is nothing. Oh, Dave, the Finnish aren't even Scandinavians. You should know this.
Under the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I've seen those lava cakes in a cup. Ugh.
Yummy.
Yeah, that doesn't fly in Europe.
My apologies.
That's okay. I didn't realize when I came in. Do you want to wait for co-counsel? I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We've mentioned briefly.
They are having a voir dire of her expertise, which she has more of than anyone else in the courtroom. It's a sham.
The term differential diagnosis, and you have defined what that term means. In terms of assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds, do you
I'll take a
invoke differential diagnosis?
Yes.
And could you describe how do you invoke the concept of differential diagnosis with respect to assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds?
With any wound that I see and with any condition that I see in the emergency department, I usually get an impression what I think it is, but it's important to think of what else it could be. So you don't focus in on your diagnosis right away or your first impression, because sometimes it's not accurate. And so it's very important to have what we call in medicine a differential diagnosis. This is what I think it is, but this is what it could be, and why isn't it this second thing or third thing?
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6. You are unmuted.
Should I wait, Your Honor?
No, I think you're all set. All set, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. How important or unimportant is the application of differential diagnosis with respect to pattern wound recognition regarding dog bites on humans?
It's important in a lot of conditions, including pattern wounds and dog bites, because you need to know, or at least I as a physician need to know what it is I'm going to be looking, what is it that I'm looking at, and what is it that I'm going to be treating. And I need to make sure that I'm not treating the wrong condition.
Let's now go to the topic of the materials you have considered in this matter. Without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that were inflicted on the decedent?
Yes.
What materials did you consider in forming your opinion?
Well, I looked at the appearance of the wounds, and with my training and experience, I took that all into consideration. I did do a differential diagnosis on what those wounds could be. You know, could they be caused by an assault? Could they be caused by a motor vehicle? Could it be caused by, self-inflicted? I went through that whole differential. before I came to my conclusion.
Did you look at any photographs of the decedent from Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
Did you look at the autopsy report of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at the grand jury testimony of Dr. Scordi Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at the trial testimony of Dr. Scordi Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at autopsy photographs of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs that were taken by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did those photos include a sweatshirt or what's sometimes referred to a hoodie?
Yes.
And were there photos of that sweatshirt or hoodie that you looked at?
Yes.
Did you look at a letter from Tracy Kennedy with the town of Canton with a report regarding a German Shepherd owned by Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs of dog bites and a certificate of vaccination for Brian Albert's former German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Did you look at the forensic DNA testing report by the UC Davis Veterinary Genetics Laboratory?
Yes.
Did you look at the UC Davis Veterinary Genetic Laboratory case report?
Yes.
Did you look at a report from a Paul Mikowski, a licensed private investigator, on interviews regarding Brian Albert's German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Those wounds were inflicted by a dog attack.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
How did you form that opinion?
Well, I utilized my many years of training experience with wounds in general and dog bites in specific, and went over the materials quite a few times. And with that, and plus did read up on some literature that I had read in the past and reread again. And that's how I came to the opinion.
Now to get a little bit more specific, did you invoke your pattern recognition methodology in coming to that opinion?
Objection.
You have to ask it differently.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you employ a methodology in coming to that opinion?
Yes.
What was the methodology or one of the methodologies in coming to that opinion?
Well, right away, it was apparent that there was a pattern. So I used my the pattern recognition methodology, plus my many years of training experience to come to this conclusion.
And with regard to the pattern recognition, do you have a level of certainty with regard to the pattern that you have recognized in the decedent's wounds on his right arm?
Yes.
What is that level of certainty or certitude?
Those wounds are highly characteristic of a dog attack.
How frequent in your experience do you find in wound care that a wound pattern is highly characteristic of a certain source?
I object to a percentage type question.
Can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm not sure I even understand it.
So ask it to.
He's not
Thank you.
the best at asking questions.
Yeah, not really. Sometimes he's a little confusing.
When you use the phrase highly characteristic, What do you mean by that phrase?
Well, it's very high. If I were to give a percentage,
Please continue.
I would say almost pathognomonic, 90, very high 90s.
Now let's go to differential diagnosis. Did you perform a differential diagnosis in coming to your opinion?
Yes.
What other considerations did you take into account as to possible other causes of the injuries to the right arm of the decedent?
Well, given the pattern, there were certain things that came to mind right away that I had to rule out, and so I ruled out self-inflicted as an etiology. I don't think he self-inflicted those. The pattern was not characteristic of being struck by a motor vehicle. The pattern was not characteristic of those wounds in particular on the arm of being inflicted by another person.
You mentioned motor vehicle accident, and earlier in your testimony, you spoke to your experience with observing and treating a lot of motor vehicle accidents. Why did you rule out motor vehicle accident as a potential cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
This is still the defense questioning her.
Because he was found outdoors.
And what other reasons? Was there anything about the nature of what was presented in what you reviewed with regard to his injuries that caused you to rule out motor vehicle accident?
I think I misunderstood the previous question.
So, yeah.
Yes. So.
Let me start over.
Yes.
Because I am going to take what you said. So let me ask it this way. What caused you to rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
There were several reasons I ruled it out very quickly. One is that the wounds were not characteristic of anything that I could attribute to a motor vehicle, a certain part of the motor vehicle, the underneath part of the motor vehicle. They were just not characteristic of any particular part of the motor vehicle. Secondly, there were no bruises from the neck down on.
Now they have her as a double expert, and this is what the Commonwealth didn't need. But Bev will probably rule she can't say anything about the car crash or something like that.
His body. There was a mark on the hand, which I think I have an explanation for that.
Please.
Which was not a motor vehicle, but I didn't see any bruises or fractures or other blunt injuries that were characteristic of a person being struck by a motor vehicle. And if I could add to that,
please.
Like we've all said,
we at the coroner's office forensic pathology program was specifically trained on how to recognize not only if someone was struck by a vehicle, but to even recognize further about what types of vehicles would inflict, what types of wounds, and the locations that we should look for on the body for wounds for someone that's struck by a motor vehicle.
Have you ever taught in all your career that you were discussing earlier today how to assess whether an injury to a human has been caused by a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Describe how you taught that in your career.
Well, again, it's oftentimes a pattern. So, for instance, a wound on a certain part of the leg, certain number of inches up from the foot of the leg, could be the result of a bumper, for instance. So we were taught to look for certain patterns and locations of injuries. Also, injury from Glass, has a certain pattern, automobile glass, and road rash has another pattern. So
What are the features of glass from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accidents regarding injuries to humans?
well, they often cause what we call dicing injuries, which are another pattern of injuries and lacerations.
Have you made that diagnosis that you just described as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Have you made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Describe how you've made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist with a post-mortem individual.
So again, it's pattern recognition.
One moment, please.
Why is people yelling?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you need the question repeated?
No,
Please.
it's pattern recognition.
And can you give an approximation of how many years of experience you have had with that pattern recognition that you just described?
At least 30.
And how often in the 30 years, by year estimate, have you made that assessment?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe once every year or two.
So would it be correct 30 to 60 times? Let me
No.
rephrase it. How many times would you, based upon what you just said, estimate that you've made that assessment?
At least 15 times.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with exhibits?
Sure, just show counsel what you're showing.
Counsel has all the
Just tell
exhibits.
what
If I
you-
could just tell Mr.
Yes, you
Bennett?
can approach, just show it as you walk up.
There's been a few outbursts
Yes.
today, but I can't hear what they're saying, and I think it's in court, not someone on Zoom.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I have just handed you what is marked as
I don't know if you can see
Exhibit 2
picture.
in evidence. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I've seen it many times. It was part of the records that were provided to me, the photos.
Is that true and accurate?
This, yes.
Well, okay.
Of what I've seen, yes.
Right. So what I'd like to do is, Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
Yes, is it ready to come up, Ms. Gilman? Or they're going to do it? Okay, sure.
No, I don't want to. I want 4 years.
All right, so okay.
I just want to make sure we have, because Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, the numbers seem to be different. So Diane, I'm going
That's
to
it.
need from you the list of, so what is this?
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, to make sure, and I'll get it.
Sure,
right in order?
my numbers are different, so I'm going to need to see the list of the exhibits so that I can remark what I have.
Right. So what I wanted to do is to go to 4. That's the one I wanted to go to.
Okay.
And
Why can't Bev ever follow along in evidence? Remember when she had everything was pre-marked and then she had them stop pre-marking
Are
it?
4
because
and
it
2 the
stopped.
same?
Yeah.
no, they're different, Your Honor. And if I could I point to the slide, please, Your Honor, to get this?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Ryder?
Oh, she's smiling. Oh, that's because she's guilty. Remember that. Oldest Murph will clip that out and say, "Oh, she was laughing in court That's only a stone cold killer who does that. She's an evil woman, and she is lying to everyone. You can tell it. Yeah, it could be fun if there was a fight going on in the background.
Yeah,
It's
I like a little
Osaka.
ruckus outside sometimes.
It'd be cool if I can't see Aiden. Did he get into a fight?
Oh, I don't know.
But
Have to go peek at Tom's thing, right, and see.
you can see Mean Paulie over here. He gave her the eyes when she walked up there.
Yeah, he doesn't have a face that's easy to look at. He looks so mean all the
Yeah, he. But well, I for one shouldn't say something about because I always have this.
time. That's true.
Take off the thing.
So for purposes of an appellate record, we're now going to look at what's been marked as Exhibit 5.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I appreciate Mr. Brennan's cooperation in getting to this point. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Aiden was here earlier.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize what is now depicted on the TV screen, which is marked as Exhibit 5?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I see a very distinct pattern of wounds.
And have you reviewed this exact photograph before?
Yes,
You have mentioned the various types before characteristics you called highly characteristics of a dog wound and dog inflicted wound. What I would like you to do, please, do you have a pointer?
I do.
Can you please test to make sure it works?
Okay, it works.
What I'd like you to do in your own words and with the court's permission, I would like you to use the pointer and go through with whatever method you believe is appropriate to describe each of those wounds and how you assess them.
Okay, so we will go from the shoulder area down to make it easy. So, first of all, the overall impression is there's numerous abrasions and that they have a pattern to them. One can see that many of them are parallel in nature.
Can you use the pointer? I'm not.
Yes,
maybe,
so-
yeah, I wasn't seeing it. Thank you.
Okay, so for instance, the set of wounds closest to the shoulder up here, and these, by the way, are all on the posterior surface of the arm, posterior, and maybe this part is a little bit towards the medial, the lateral portion of the arm, but they all have so they're parallel. They're linear, meaning they look like a line, or they're not round. Or these are not round, and so these. Do you want me my interpretation, or do you want me to just describe?
Just stick with those. And
Uh-huh.
then what I'd like you to do is you've described them. You've said linear, etc. Have you completed your description of them before you get to how you reached a conclusion as to the source of that area you just did a circle around? Have you completed your description of them?
Yes, I've completed my description. How I came to the conclusion.
What's Karen? What did she notice?
That area you just did a circle around. Have you completed your description of them?
Yes, I've completed my description.
Well, that could be interesting if we could hear what she's talking about. She's indicating something. What this is. That's interesting.
How I came to the conclusion involves all of them.
Okay, so now let's then move, before you get to a conclusion, let's move to, in whatever manner you would like, the next wounds and how you assess those.
Okay. So, and by
No,
the way, on this
let's
first
see it on
set,
the
there's a very,
on the
very
screen what she's
faint
pointing at.
linear abrasion between these two prominent linear abrasions.
This isn't important. Show the picture.
Okay. Proceeding down the arm towards the elbow, we have another set of wounds, which consist of parallel abrasions. This time it looks like there's two in the more anterior portion of that lateral aspect of the arm, and then another linear abrasion down below here, as well as a superficial punctate or round tiny lesion
What do you
below
mean
it.
by punctate?
Punctate, I mean small and round. And there may be another punctate lesion right there. So that's this group. Proceeding down the arm, there is this irregular group here of multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 linear abrasions at least, and then 2, possibly 3 punctate wounds below them. And this is right over the elbow area. And there might, yes.
You mentioned irregular with regard to some of those wounds. Why do you describe them as irregular? And is there any significance to them being irregular? Don't go to your conclusion yet. Just you use the term irregular, and I want to make sure the record's clear what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, so a few of these individual wounds have some linear or line-like component, but then as you proceed further down the arm and just below the elbow, there's a couple of wounds here that do not look like a line.
Apparently, again, I'm just running with half a rumor. My team of 5 that I used to be in the Colombian jungle with told me this. But the noise might have been when LG stood up and walked out of court. I don't know why. Maybe could have been.
So that's what I meant by irregular. So that's this pattern here in total around the elbow. Then further down the arm, there's 2 punctate wounds again, right here.
Go slow and say this is punctate wound number 1. This is punctate wound number 2 with circling the waist.
Okay, here's one, punctate wound number 1, and here is number 2.
Why is each of those a punctate wound? Because they look to have a slightly different shape.
Oh, very good question.
The honeypot they used against Aiden. We tend to not use her name because she's really litigious, and apparently she threatened someone to unalive her and her kids the other day, but she's the victim.
Because there was movement. There was movement of the either the dog or the the inflicting teeth. Either the dog or the victim. There was movement. Okay. Then there is this group, which are again irregular, because they're, I'm calling them irregular because they're not shaped like a line. And it appears that there's also some what we call movement artifact on those.
When you mention irregular, does that mean it's uncharacteristic or characteristic of a dog?
It means neither of those.
Good, thank you.
Okay. And then finally, the furthest down the arm is this grouping of linear, I'm going to call them linear because they're line-like, but they, so linear abrasions, which appear to have a somewhat semicircular appearance, a configuration. And and the direction is slightly different. The angle of these linear lacerations are just ever so slightly different than the ones above the elbow.
Is there a medical term that is used to describe the location of those wounds that you just spoke about?
So they're on the posterior forearm.
And is there a medical term for the forearm location down here? Or is it just, you just refer to it as the location? No special location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so please continue.
So those are the wounds of the arm, which
That picture was why I showed the hearing to Jamie,
Yeah.
because I was looking at it. I think Vices had it on, and I said, that makes absolutely no sense. And we didn't know anything about the case. And I said, Jamie, let's take a look at this, because this looks weird. And that's what now, a year and a half ago, and we could see that's clearly not from a car.
Mm-hmm.
But again, what do we know?
Yeah, what do we know?
is above the elbow, and the forearm, which is below the elbow.
Can you now proceed with regard to each of those wounds or categories of wounds to describe what aspect of dog dentition caused those wounds?
I believe that the ones closest to the shoulder, the two large linear wounds, were caused by the canine teeth, the upper canine teeth of the dog.
What are upper canine teeth of the dog?
Well, the canine teeth are the ones that seem to be most prominent when you look at a dog's mouth. They're triangular, the sort of triangular shape. We humans also have canine teeth.
Okay.
But they are the teeth that, for the most part, grab onto an object.
Please proceed to the rest in
Okay.
terms of describing the dog dentition with regard to each wound.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth.
So even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify that it is from some aspect of the dog dentition. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Please proceed.
This one this is the most complicated one, because I believe that this set here I believe that those linear wounds and the irregular wounds are from upper teeth, and the punctate wounds are punctures or incomplete punctures from lower teeth. And the reason this whole configuration looks irregular is because the elbow may have been in a different position than it is in this photograph.
What do you mean by a different position? Describe it using your own forearm with the court's permission.
Okay. Well, the elbow was.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is for the court. Can you see it here, or would you prefer she stands up?
It's better if you stand.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? I'll come to you. You stay. Go ahead. Show me.
Okay. So
you. Oh.
Yeah, I would like you to describe what you just meant of the location you believe the decedent's arm was in when those wounds were suffered. Please stand up. Thank you.
So in this picture, the elbow is, for the most part, somewhat extended. It's not bent as much as it could be, and it is not bent as it was likely as he was protecting himself from the wounds.
So you're saying, just so we understand,
Strike the
I'm going to strike that. Just
Oh.
just describe the placement of the arm.
Okay. Well, so the elbow bends, as we all know. And so the skin of the elbow is in a different location depending on whether the elbow is bent or not. So anything that's inflicted will depend on the position that the elbow was in when it was inflicted. I hope that clarified.
Okay.
yep, please proceed.
Okay. So this is one set, the ones around the elbow. Then there is, going a little further down the arm, there is another set of wounds. The two punctate and punctate and irregular wounds halfway down the forearm.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You may sit down if it's more.
Hold on, wait till you change.
Thank you, Your
Oh,
Honor.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really annoying that she's not showing this. They're not showing the screen.
And then finally, there's this area down here, which is the closest to the wrist. And there are at least 3 or 4 parallel abrasions there. And it looks like a punctate wound down here. These, I believe, were inflicted by the front of the arch of the dog.
Have you completed your articulation of the assessment of each of the wounds on the arm?
I think so.
In some of your answers, you said irregular, could be. If you use those terms, are you still nonetheless able to conclude whether there is a pattern wound here?
Yes. So the individual marks are characteristic of, possibly more than one cause. However, the combination of the overall series of patterns is highly characteristic of a dog inflicted.
So are you saying that one specific wound could be indicative of a dog-inflicted wound, but the whole pattern itself is how you reach the conclusion?
Yes.
Sustained.
Describe how you conclude. Well, let me walk backwards. What do you conclude from the pattern of all of these wounds collectively?
These were inflicted by a dog, and this was a dog attack.
And why do you say it was a dog attack?
Because there are multiple bites here.
Do you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries?
It's possible that this set immediately above the elbow could be claw marks. However, I don't think so on further examination because I see some punctate lesions which suggest that those are also teeth.
In forming the opinions and conclusions you just testified to as to the nature and source of this pattern of wounds, Did you apply any techniques or analysis that you would use as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Describe how.
Again, I looked at the wounds and I looked to determine if there's anything else that could inflict that pattern of wounds that were inflicted around the same time. And there is nothing else that I am aware of that could do that.
How did you, did you determine that those wounds occurred approximately the same time, each of those wounds?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
By the appearance of the wounds, the color, yes.
Anything
Aren't half of them in rehab because they attack people on the street?
else about the
Color, the fact that there's no healing, yes.
In conducting your differential diagnosis, how did you rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of those injuries?
Again, I did not recognize the pattern as being inflicted by any particular part of a motor vehicle. The motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to other parts of the body, such as the chest and the other parts. There would be bruises. Motor vehicle accidents cause bruises, fractures sometimes. There were no other injuries like that.
Did you reach any opinion or conclusion as to when these injuries were suffered, meaning pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They're pre-mortem wounds.
How did you determine these wounds were pre-mortem wounds, and specify what you mean by pre-mortem?
So pre-mortem means before death. They occurred before death. And the reason I can tell that they're pre-mortem wounds is because they have what we call a vital reaction. Post-mortem wounds, so vital reaction means that there was life in the body at the time that these wounds were inflicted. And a post-mortem wounds look very different because there is no blood flow that occurs post-mortem, so they don't get the vital reaction.
Is it an accepted methodology in the practice of medicine to observe a post-mortem photograph of wounds in reaching a conclusion as to the source and nature of the wounds?
Yes.
And why is that an accepted practice?
Well, first of all, it's realistic.
It depends how long this go, but we will get to the closing on Joseph for at some time. But I do have brandy at 4. I don't know how much longer, and I do need to have a little bit of dinner. So we'll see. But I don't think if the closing is going to be. There's still 40 minutes till they start.
The wounds appear the same in this case and in many cases. And then the other thing is because autopsy is a finite period of time, 1 or 2 hour period of time on a certain day, and other physicians can't always.
No, but they're going to attack her methodology, and that's going to be BS. And they're going to attack her the time she got her credentials, which is also BS.
Be at the autopsy.
So is it common or uncommon for forensic pathologists to use photography to determine the source and nature of a wound such as this?
Common.
How common?
Very common.
This may seem like an obvious question, but did you use photographs in forming your opinion?
Yes.
Did you use any ante-mortem photographs of the decedent's right arm in forming your opinion?
No.
Did you observe any hospital records of photographs of the decedent ante-mortem?
Ante-mortem?
Yes.
I don't believe so. I
So-
believe they were all post-mortem. They're right after the resuscitation attempt.
Is it an accepted practice in the emergency room medical community to also use photographs in assessing the nature and source of wounds?
Well, usually the emergency physician's right there.
But in terms of your, understood, and is that the best way to assess it?
Yes.
But is it an acceptable way to look at a photograph to assess the source and nature of wounds?
Look at
Yes.
this.
And do you remember the COVID world we all lived under?
Yes.
Oh,
In the COVID world that we all lived under, did physicians sort of accelerate or increase their use of photos in diagnosis, or did they decrease their use of photographs?
I cannot comment.
Let's go to whether,
the question here is not from the Commonwealth.
let's go to these wounds. Did you make an assessment as to whether these wounds would have changed at any time from when they were incurred to when that photograph was taken?
Well, I certainly took that into account, and I decided that because, well, basically the answer is no, they wouldn't have changed because the decedent was found in a very cold condition, which was 80.1 degrees when taken. And even at the autopsy, the medical examiner commented in the report that the body was cold to touch. And cold delays postmortem change. So there was really no significant postmortem change of the skin.
Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Gilman for the next photo to make sure we do this efficiently with Mr. Brown?
Sure.
Thank you.
She's a level 7 sommelier, so likely she's using her own wine for relaxation here. Yeah, probably something stupid like that. They will try to swing by, but
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, do you?
You know what? Actually, take it down for just a
Oh,
minute.
that's right. Yes, I'm sorry.
Take it down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. I'll see counsel.
said by. That's not a good pause game.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I am handing the witness Exhibits 3 and 4.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Russell, please keep those two exhibits down on your lap. Don't even put them up on the top.
I think they're in a good spot. Yes, they're in a good spot. They're not on her lap, but they're not visible to everyone.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize exhibits 3 and 4?
Yes,
Are you able to determine whether exhibits 3 and 4 are antemortem or postmortem?
I don't know.
they're postmortem.
Is there any way for you to determine by the nature of the linens in that photo, whether they're antemortem or postmortem?
By the nature of what?
The linens under.
Oh, the linens? Well, not definitively.
Okay, so are the wounds depicted in exhibits 3 and 4 the same or substantially the same as the exhibit you were publishing?
The same.
Yeah, but that's normal with these types of hearings.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am now on. Your Honor, this is
Okay. I have it as 4, but that's okay. Okay, so I need that list. Do the list of the exhibits.
Your Honor, what happened was once I brought.
Sure, come on over.
There's a lot of breaks now. What's the TDLR? She's just as impressive, maybe even more impressive the second time around than the first time, because this time they have time to talk to her, and she has prepped for this, not like the last time where they just talked twice. I would say if she had given this testimony at court, making all the right magic words that Dr. Bev wants, she would have been a blow to the face of Lally. But I don't know. I still sit with this weird feeling that even though there's no reason to exclude her, Bev will try and exclude at least some of her testimony.
Yeah.
She's
agree.
more capable, more qualified than any other expert that the state brought in the first trial. She's even more knowledgeable about car crashes than Trooper Paul, which is almost impossible because he did a 40-hour course. But still, this lady having this hearing today is only to empty Karen Reed's pocketbooks, because 3 plane tickets from California alone, how much money is that?
And hotel and food.
Yeah. She could run rings around the medical examiner. No, but this time they want to have a voir dire, so they're voir diring her on everything. And we haven't so far said you can't talk about that. But she'll make a ruling that she can only say, I don't know what, but yeah. Yeah, and she knew what she was getting into this time. Is it YouTube Premium or YouTube TV? I don't have YouTube TV. I don't think we have it in Denmark. Someone read Janette's lips what he's saying. Please go like and subscribe on the Broken Baker. He is such a great YouTuber. He never makes the grift list whenever they talk about the Karen Reed, but he should.
only we could read lips.
You can really say,
Probably,
"Oh, I
they're
wish
probably
I was
gonna
in."
get in trouble for like zooming in on them like this because they always get in trouble with the media and they're like,
Yeah. Well,
talking, you're not supposed to
Doink
like.
Doink is actually a master lip reader, and he can say, "Yeah, I clearly did it. I was just driving along, and then I hit him." "Oh, you did?" "Yeah, I told you, man. I was mad. I had been 3 Tito's in, and you know me. I get a little whackety whack." "Oh, you do?" "Yeah." And then I just slammed into him. "But did you reverse into him?" No. I was just he was just standing there, and I did a 360 and kicked him right off the curve. "Oh, you can't tell me that because I have to defend you." "You better defend me. I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna be so mean." That's
Oh my
tonight on
goodness.
Grant's channel will be his expert mouth reading. Is that why the audio is so cracked up? No, it's because I talk over the court feed that says this on sidebar, and StreamYard will try to equal it out. They probably don't fly economy.
They have a new toy that they're fighting over. So.
I love it now. I'm also simultaneous sending this to Twitch, and you can apparently buy cheap viewers over there. Ooh.
Oh, look at that.
I love all these. At least views of you. Who flies economy? Yeah, right. Peasants. Who would ever subject himself to flying 7,000 miles over 25 hours in economy?
Awful.
He died on January 28th, 2022, 21, 2020, 21. More importantly, if I were in the market for a winter coat, nice and flashy, wife will throw it out after a week or go straight to the practical. I can only say, based on what Jamie have told me, she's given me for Christmas the Ohio State University team jacket.
No, Oh, Baker, you're really pushing my buttons.
Yeah, but sadly, I'm not. I don't have the money to fly economy plus all the way.
Dr. Russell, in coming to your opinion, did you examine an autopsy report?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I am approaching with Exhibit 3.
Okay.
The autopsy report of autopsy. Yes, sir. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 3?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a report of autopsy on Mr. John O'Keefe, medical examiner number 2022-1697.
Did you consider that medical examiner's analysis in Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Yes.
And how did you consider Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Well, there was a description of the abrasions of the arm and arm.
I'm sorry, which forearm and arm?
I'm sorry, right. Right forearm and arm. Yes.
And what about the autopsy report did you consider in that analysis of that part of the autopsy report?
Dr. Scotabelli description of the wounds.
And what was Dr. Scotabelli's description of the wounds? And feel free to read from the autopsy report.
Okay. Do you want me to read the descriptions?
Whatever it is you considered with regard to the injuries to the right arm of the deceased.
Well, she described what basically I just described, although she had some measurements.
Your Honor, may we republish the correct photo that we had up on the screen so the doctor can
Yes.
refer to it in, thank you.
Yes.
It's going to be number 5.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 5 photo?
Yes, Ms. Gilman's doing it, I believe.
Ms. Gilman, are you all set with what you, thank you. And thank you for putting that back up on the screen. May I proceed, Your Honor? Dr. Russell, in reading from the autopsy report, can you read it and then determine whether there's any relation to
Bless you.
what is being discussed in the autopsy report to what is in that photo?
Well, the doctor just
I think he was asking her what she based her opinion on the reference to the medical exam report.
Hey, Brandy. In only 3.5 hours, Brandy will be joining us for a little chit chat for 12 creators for Christmas.
Yay.
I'm looking forward to it. It's so nice. She's been frolicking on the beach, so she's making her triumphant return today with she's covering this too, and will be joining us tonight. She did Legos on Saturday. It's gonna be great. She lives in Florida. I'm gonna ask her how much she frolics on a daily basis, because apparently it's a big thing in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I have an objection to simply reading through it and trying to interpret what the enemy thought.
So rephrase your question.
Sure, thank you. Please read from the autopsy report the relevant portions related to Dr. Scotabelli's
Squirty?
analysis of the right arm.
That's not a good
Again, I
name.
object. It's not the enemy's opinion. It's whether she relied on the information and how so.
I'll repeat. Did you rely upon what is in the autopsy report to support your opinion as to the nature and source of the wounds in the right arm?
yes.
What did you rely upon in that report to support your opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds?
The description of the wounds at autopsy.
And what was that? What is that description that you relied upon?
It says here, multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters.
What page are you on, Doctor?
I'm sorry, page 3.
Okay.
Under the area that says injuries.
Okay.
And then in the subsection that says extremities. It's the second bullet point there.
Okay.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Roughly how many autopsy reports have you
He should really get back to the
authored
mic.
in your career?
Authored?
Yes.
Over 500.
How many autopsy reports that you have not written have you reviewed?
At least 100.
what conclusions do you reach from that description that you just read with regard to whether that is a description or not of a pattern in the report?
Exactly.
So you ask it a little bit differently.
Dr. Russell, what do you conclude from reading that section of the autopsy report with regard to the nature of the wounds, the total wounds depicted on what's up on the screen?
Well, it substantiated my observation based on the pictures.
What is the observation first? And then second,
Brandon, don't start no beef with Jamie.
how did it substantiate your observation?
I agree 100% with Brandon. We're on the same
I'm not
page.
sure I'm understanding the question.
Did you, make sure I understood your answer, did you state that that section of the report substantiated your conclusions as to the nature and source of the injuries?
It substantiated my observations.
And
yes.
okay, what observations did it substantiate?
Well, there are, as the doctor wrote, multiple abrasions and in certain measure between 2 and 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm. That's exactly what I see there.
So is it your judgment that Dr. Scordi-Bello made the same observations of these wounds as you did?
Multiple objections.
Yeah, the objection sustained.
With regard to well, we've covered what we needed to cover with regard to that aspect of the autopsy report. Was there anything else in the autopsy report that spoke to the nature or source of those wounds?
Not that comes to mind.
So, did the medical examiner, Dr. Scordi-Bello, in that report reach any conclusions about the nature and source of the wounds that are depicted on Exhibit 5?
Not in this report.
So, not in that report. Now we're going to now move on to the next topic. Did you consider DNA evidence in this case?
Yes.
How, if at all, did the DNA, well, what DNA evidence did you consider in this case pertinent to the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
I considered the reports from the UC, University of California at Davis lab regarding the DNA evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence?
Not very much.
With regard to what you, well, describe what your DNA experience is.
Well, I'm aware that you have to maintain continuity of evidence. So you have to sample the appropriate area. And then you have to maintain continuity of evidence until that evidence gets to the laboratory for analysis.
How do you have experience, training, or knowledge with regard to the topics you just testified to?
Well, several ways. One was that I took a course when I was a police officer in crime scene investigation, and that was stressed, continuity of evidence. Secondly, I was sent to a course as the rape officer, the rape investigator, I should say, in the Malden Police Department. I sent to a course in Brockton entitled Rape Investigation, and they stressed continuity of evidence that was obtained from victims. And then finally, of course, as a emergency doctor and forensic pathologist, I received additional training.
how, if at all, did well, let me ask you, did you review the UC Davis veterinary genetics DNA report in coming to your opinions and conclusions with regard to the wounds on the decedent's right arm?
I did.
And what conclusions did you reach?
The same conclusion,
And what is that?
that those injuries were inflicted by a dog.
Are you aware of the results of the DNA testing of the UC Davis facility?
Yes.
What are you aware of?
I'm aware that DNA was not found.
And
Excuse me, let me clarify that. I'm aware that dog DNA was not found.
And does the conclusion, in your opinion, determine whether or not those wounds were caused by a dog?
No,
Why?
because I don't know anything about how the specimen was sampled. First of all, none of the samplings came from the arm of Mr. O'Keefe itself.
What do you mean by sampling?
The samples, the swabs that were performed and sent to the laboratory, none of them came from the arm of the decedent.
I love that. Can we finally get that talking point out of Alder Smith's mouth? They didn't find any
Yes.
DNA because they didn't look for the DNA.
Well, she swabbed the sweatshirt,
Yeah.
not the actual arm wounds.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of like this, like when I'm painting, it goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Secondly, I don't know anything about how the samples were actually obtained from the evidence and what the state of the evidence was, if they actually sampled the correct area. I don't know if there was any continuity of evidence. And then finally, any test can have a false negative result. So the absence of canine DNA does not mean that the canine DNA did not exist. It just means that they didn't capture it.
To your recollection, did the autopsy report of the medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, reach any conclusions with regard to dog DNA?
Get to the mic.
The autopsy report, no.
Is there any mention whatsoever in the autopsy report about dog DNA testing for analysis?
No.
Do you have any information that the medical examiner assessed dog DNA at all in the autopsy report?
I didn't see anything like that.
They didn't. They put it in a paper bag while it was wet, and then laid it out on butcher paper in the room that they didn't make sure was locked.
Yes.
Jamie, why did you say you wanted that banner running? Sue is gonna get mad.
Baker? You were really pushing it today, sir.
Yeah, well, just to see if Sue had fallen asleep, she has.
I did too, though. Where is Sue? Is she even here?
No, she's sleeping.
Your Honor, with the court's
Sue, do you see
permission,
what she's doing?
I would like to start with publication, and I'm going to have several exhibits that I would request your permission to publish, and I would appreciate starting with the Commonwealth's Exhibit 8. And I want to make sure Your Honor is aligned with the exhibit book
No,
with the
not to me.
numbering. And I'll do that in any manner. If you want me to put 8 up, or you want me to come sidebar and show you what we have.
If these are
Ralphie
all
has
in
the
order
assets.
from the Commonwealth's photos, go ahead and put it up. And if you do know the number, let me know.
Number 8.
Okay.
And I believe Mr. Brennan and I are aligned on the numbering. This is what is 8.
Please show us the exhibit this time.
Okay?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show it to
Do
us.
you recognize Exhibit 8 on the TV screen?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And have you seen it before in your assessment of the nature and cause of the decedent?
No,
Well, how have you assessed Exhibit 8 before today?
before today,
Have you assessed Exhibit 8 at all?
I've seen that picture.
Do you have an assessment as to what you observe in Exhibit 8? Do you have an observation about Exhibit 8?
Yes,
What is your observation?
they appear to be blue jeans. They appear to have certain stains labeled with a small ruler. And I don't know the nature of the stains.
Is there anything with regard to Exhibit 8 that you believe is pertinent to assessing whether or not any injury from Mr. O'Keefe was sourced from a dog attack?
I can't tell.
Can we go to Exhibit 9, please? And if we could just, I'm sorry, Ms. Garrett, if we go back to 8. Is there anything in the autopsy report of the medical examiner of the Commonwealth that speaks to Exhibit 8 in terms of the assessment that the medical examiner made in the autopsy report?
I don't recall seeing anything in the autopsy report regarding that, but if you can direct me to a certain area. I
Oh,
can look at it.
that's fine.
Okay.
So, thank you, Ms. Green. If we could go to Exhibit 9 with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 9?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I've seen that image many times.
And what is that image?
Well, it appears to be a hoodie, sweatshirt, hoodie style sweatshirt. It's got multiple dark stains on the sweatshirt. There appears to be a large tear through the middle of it, which I believe was probably caused in the emergency room, because that's
Why do you believe it was probably caused in the emergency room?
because I've made those kinds of cuts in clothing before, having to get access to a patient.
Right. So what is the
So that's
purpose of
commonplace.
making a cut like that on a,
Because they have to have her approved as a witness. The thing you have to notice with this one, they are now having her testify way broader than they did the first time. The first time she could only narrowly talk about the scratches and dog bites. All of a sudden, she's an expert in car strikes, post-mortem. She can evaluate the medical examiner. She all of a sudden turns in from just a dog bite expert to kind of an amalgamation of every medical profession, and even be able to attack Trooper Pauls, which I still believe is one of the most gifted police officers in the world. Even his credibility, which is unmatched, can be attacked by this woman now. And as Mark Betterow said, get another expert with her similar credentials to her to tell you why it's not a dog attack.
Mhm.
if the Commonwealth really means she's just full of BS, get another expert to say why she's full of BS. Just because, well, I use pattern recognition, which is typical, and try to dissuade it by that. Doesn't work. But Bev will, I still think Bev would do a lot of stuff, but there will be an interlocutory appeal on this one if she's not allowed to testify.
On a piece of clothing, given your understanding of the nature of the injuries.
Even if it's rhetorical.
He was in
I
a
got
very
2 grams
emergent
of it.
situation and they needed to get access to his body right away. So that's why they didn't have time to undress him. They just did the fastest thing, which is cut the clothing.
Do you have any
yeah,
other
that's my question.
observations with regard to Exhibit 9 pertinent to your analysis?
Yes, there are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Your Honor, may she use the laser pointer?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve,
I don't think your laser has yet hit. There we go.
that are labeled with triangular white signs, which are pointing to individual holes in the sleeve. And there were
She deserves the Medal of Freedom. I don't know what that is, but I agree. Thank you, Gwyneth.
11 of them that I saw on the sleeve, and there are 2 others on the chest area.
Have you,
On
in
the
your
testicles.
experience, assessed changes to clothing in determining the nature and source of those types of changes to clothing?
Yes. So
Describe how.
clothing is important sometimes to determine more information about how a wound was inflicted. So for instance, it's used in determining gunshot wound, entry, exit, direction, etc. I've used it in stab wound cases where, again, determining where the stab wounds were and if they were offensive or defensive type wounds. So yes, and in this case, they have significance.
And what is the significance in this case?
Well, these wounds are primarily on the right arm, which corresponds to the injuries that were on the decedent, the right arm. And furthermore, most of those wounds, when you enlarge that photograph, are small puncture wounds, very small. And what's interesting about them, to me, is that in many of those wounds, the fibers, the clothing fibers, are actually headed out of the wound.
And what significance, if any, is it to you that the direction of the fibers are coming, as you described it, outside?
Well, it's very significant because, in training, we learned that we had to look at direction, for instance, of tissue and fibers to determine if a gunshot wound was an entry or an exit. Now, gunshot wounds, they only do one of those 2 things through the same hole. They either enter or exit. But in this case, we have fibers exiting the wound, which means that the offending object exited the wound. So the teeth exited the wound.
Objection.
Sustained.
You mentioned the word offending object. How did you, without stating what it is, did you eventually determine what was the, as you call it, offending object? Do you mean offending object, what caused this change to the clothing? Is that what you mean when you say offending object?
Yes.
Okay. How did you assess what was the offending object that caused the change to the clothing as depicted in that right arm of the hoodie?
Maybe get to the form of the question.
Sustained. Just ask it differently,
Okay.
please.
Did you have a methodology to determine the cause of those changes to the hoodie sweatshirt?
Yes.
What was that methodology that you deployed?
So I looked at the location of those holes. I looked at the location of the wounds on the decedent. And although they're not exactly in the same location because clothing moves, they are generally in the same location of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay, with that, we're going to recess. I know that this is taking longer than you anticipated. Do you have any idea how much longer?
Is she
And
serious?
I'm not
'Cause then they gotta
rushing
come
you,
back.
Mr. Leslie, just do you know how much longer you might be?
Gonna reset for lunch.
Oh,
Your Honor, my
goodness.
best
I was
estimate is
thinking
30
like
minutes.
we're gonna have to redo this.
Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how long you might be?
At least a few hours.
At least a
Few
few
hours?
hours.
Goodness.
Gonna get Mo on for a duel. That one.
You might have to. I'm gonna miss the afternoon then. Dang. I want to see his
All right,
cross.
I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I have a stream at 4.
You are muted.
Well, this has been another waste of time and money because this lady is clearly way more experienced than anyone ever been in this courtroom before.
Can I look at that? I'm cause of you being embarrassed, and let me get.
Yeah, mute your mic. Shut it off.
Hey. Well, good
Yeah.
timing for lunch anyway, because I got a meeting in a few.
Yeah, but the Joseph trial was supposed to go now at 1, but they're not streaming, so I'm not gonna put that on because I need to go get me some lunch.
Well, here's the thing: if you got nothing to, well, I know you have something, but like you could speed run it tomorrow if you have to. Since it's just closing, and more than likely they'll be, well, we'll probably have a verdict before you can get through it. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the next stream will be the afternoon. Why is my hair looking like? The next stream will be the afternoon in this one. Why don't we watch 2330? What? Is Marissa drunk again? Yes, I know Brandy is dual streaming. We might try and figure something out if they keep going. Yeah, how can the Commonwealth have a couple of hours of questions? Because he's a Rick wipe.
Well, he wants to tear her apart because they don't want her in because she's gonna hurt the crap out of them.
Yeah,
Even
I know.
better
I have
now.
I have a Joseph Valazzo stream set up from 4 minutes ago. I'm gonna postpone that to tomorrow. We're gonna be back to do the Karen Reed at 2 because that's probably better than the closing arguments in the other case, and I can't concentrate on all of that. What about the Brandy thing? We'll figure it out. Brandy and I will probably get in touch with each other behind the scenes, but
yeah,
I'm going to ship you all over to the afternoon stream, and hopefully you'll be back and watch the afternoon with us because I really want to see the avenue of attack from the Commonwealth. Jamie, I was hoping I could get to bed before midnight today.
nah, it's not gonna happen until after the new year.
I really didn't plan that creators thing. That I'm not a smart boy, but I know what love is.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.